Well, Happy New Year, everybody. It's 2023, January 1st, and what a better way to ring in the new year than with a brand new episode of the Xbox 2 podcast.
Woo-hoo.
I am one of your hosts, the man with the million, Randall Thor, 19, and with me, as always, managing editor of Windows Central, Jez Corden of Windows Central. I already said Windows Central. I got my intro all screwed up. But anyways, Jez Corden's here. So, yay.
Hello, I'm just Gordon. Hello. And yes, Happy New Year to everyone in chat, and Happy New Year to you, Rand. How you doing? You alright? How you feeling, bud?
I mean, Friday was not a good day. So sometimes I've been dealing with vertigo off and on for 20 some odd years. And for those of you that don't know what vertigo is, here's a quick little lesson. You get super dizzy really, really, really fast. Dizzy that you probably have never experienced in your life, like worse than being drunk dizzy. And I know it only happens. It's like I have to hold my head in a very specific, well, not a specific way, but when I'm sleeping, when I'm laying down, if I'm laying on my back and my head is like straight, like up and down, sometimes the vertigo will kick in and boom, it'll be like I've had like a million things to drink and the world is just spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning where it's like it's really bad. So it's like you got to quickly get up, you got to right yourself so the world goes back to normal, but then you sort of feel very lightheaded the rest of the day. So like Friday was pretty bad. But normally, just doing regular stuff around the house, as long as I can keep my head just straight and not really like kind of tilt it all the way back or get down on the ground and like look up, it's mostly fine. And I've had these things, they come and go, and it's just they're here. It's here for a couple days, few days, and then it's gone. So it is not a very fun experience, let me tell you, because
I've had vertigo once. It was nasty. I went to the hospital because I didn't know what it was. I thought I was dying or something, and like they hooked me up to all these machines, and they're like, "Oh, it's just vertigo. Go home."
Yeah. Oh, it's just vertigo. Yeah. So the very first time it happened, I was a second year electrician's apprentice, and we were retrofitting a old school with new stuff, right? They were getting all these electrical outlets and everything, all this whole brand new stuff, right? And basically, I got down on my back to get down underneath something, and all of a sudden, like, I was just as dizzy as can possibly be, and then I sat back up and it went away, and I was like, huh? And I like went back down on my back and got immediately dizzy, and then like basically I went to the hospital and they pretty much said the same thing. It's like, here's some medicine for motion sickness, it's inner ear infection, and it'll go away. Because somebody in the chat says, why not see a doctor? It's because I've had it enough and it goes away enough. Like Jez says, they just you just go there and they just be like, oh, take this, and then it'll be gone in a couple days. So
was this
no use?
Was this back when you worked at Dick's Electrics?
Yes, that was back. That was back when I worked at Dick's Electrics. Yeah, when I left from Butts Electric to Dick's Electric. Yes.
That's AJH in the chat made that joke.
Yes,
I had to throw it in there. But dude, first of all, glad you're feeling better. That's awesome and great. But there's another person in the chat who's feeling better. I want to give a shout out to.
Hazardor is here, yes.
Hazardor is in the chat. Shout out to Hazardor, because Hazardor has been going through a whirlwind of surgery, and he's a long time listener to the show and a long time supporter. He's helping us with the timestamps back when I was being lazy. So thank you so much, Hazardor, for that and all the help, and get well soon.
I miss Hazardor on Twitter. Twitter hasn't been the same since he stopped posting. You stop, being in the chat. So it's amazing that you're here, Haz, and I hope 2023 is amazing, not only for you, but for everybody listening, everybody in chat, all the lurkers, everybody listening around the world, and on the podcast apps and stuff. I hope I hope that you have an amazing 2023 and you accomplish all the goals that you set to obtain, aspire. I certainly have goals I want to hit with the YouTube channel. I want to make more videos. I took December mostly off for mental health reasons. I kind of just needed a reset. Was spending also a lot of time with my family, and sometimes I find it when I take time off because we have the wedding and the family was here and I couldn't really make anything. I find sometimes it's a little bit difficult to get back in the groove. So I was like, I'm just gonna take the whole month off. But I love doing the podcast, so we did the podcast every week. But my goals are my goals for 2023 are pretty simple, and hopefully you guys can help me attain them. One, I want to hit 100,000 subscribers. That is the number one goal. I want that 100,000. And I've been thinking more and more about going on camera, turning the Xbox 2 into, a podcast with video, which, that's something that could happen. I got my goals I want to hit for my weight loss. I'm at 55, almost 60 pounds lost. I want, basically this year to kind of at least hit 100 pounds lost. So I want the channel to grow, hit 100K, maybe tinker with some on-camera things, personal stuff, weight loss and things like that. What about you, Jez? What are your goals for 2023?
Yeah, I lost 50 pounds from my highest weight, but I need to lose another 50 pounds, I think. So my first and foremost goal is, again, get back on the wagon, because I've dropped off the wagon. I haven't gone back up to my old weight, but I haven't really lost weight either. I've just kind of been stuck. So yeah, gonna get back on that wagon, which means less alcohol, less takeaways, more controlled spreadsheet calorie counting, going to the gym, working out, going walking and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, hopefully a healthier 2023, because I'm getting on a bit, man. Getting on a bit now. And I can't. The party years are over, or winding down. So yeah, going on camera for the podcast, that'll be motivation for me, motivation for you too. And I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun.
Maybe
changing it up, man.
Maybe it would. People might have some fun here, seeing my reactions to how you mispronounce words and stuff. But I mean, there's just goals,
I'm the one known for mispronouncing words.
You are the one.
That's like you. That's your whole.
You should have seen my face last episode, which was what was that? The 23rd, when we had this little talk about biscuits and cookies and stuff.
Oh God, yeah.
It's too bad we weren't on video then, because that would have definitely been something. The biscuit, cookie wars. So yeah, I mean, true. I want to make more videos, and I'm angling to make more videos this year. So. The channel's going to grow. I want to get slim. I want to go to E3. I want to meet a whole bunch of people in the community. Maybe go on camera, get this podcast rocking, maybe do some other things that I have in mind for the channel. I
want Randall rants and Randall analysis back.
I do Randall rants and Randall analysis in my regular videos I make.
I also want to grow my own channel too.
Yes.
I want to do some not news stuff. I don't want to do news stuff because I do that in writing. I want to just do features
speaking
random stuff.
Speaking of your channel, we recorded Xbox 2+1 this past Tuesday with Lord Cognito. It was live to all the Patreons, and I think people really liked it. We got a lot of comments about our chemistry with Lord Cognito. He's amazing. That should be going live to everybody. I think Wednesday, I want to say, is the day, or Tuesday on YouTube, Wednesday on audio, I think, or something like that, right?
Something like that. I think I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put it up for a premiere on Wednesday on my channel. And the audio will go live at the same time. So yeah, we'll do Xbox 2+1 going to the public with Lord Corneo on Wednesday. We got our normal podcast today, and then hopefully we'll be back again on Friday.
Back again. I don't know what we're going to talk about. Maybe we'll have more people on. But either way, we should probably do some housekeeping before we get into topics. And this is mostly, I think this is going to be more of a free-flowing form. I mean, the podcast is more free-flowing. I don't have any topics written down like I normally do. Normally, I get in here super early, way earlier than Jez ever does. And I'm like thinking of topics, typing stuff down, what's going on, what do people want to hear. And then Jez comes like strolling in like he just like woke up out of a hangover or for like and he's just like, okay, bro. Or I'll be like, hey, mate, you ready? We ready to do this, mate? And I'm like, yeah, everything's set up. Everything's set up, Jez. Because people in the chat were like, why don't you guys go live when you say you go live or whatever? And it's like, we go live essentially the same time every single week. We've been going live for 5 years now. It's 15 minutes after. I just set the time for 2:00 so people can get in here and be here when the show starts. But we literally start the show at like 2:15 or 2:20, depending on how many problems that Jez has with his audios or other stuff. But with the housekeeping, we do have a sponsor.
We got an ad read.
Has been sponsoring the show for quite some time now. We thank them. But Jez, what's going on?
It's a happy new year from our friends over at Manscaped trademark. The ball has officially dropped, but that doesn't mean you have to drop the ball on your balls in 2023. No idea what that means. Whether you've had a New Year's kiss or not, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming have you covered for your much-needed resolution of bringing sexy back. Join the 7 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with our exclusive offer. Go to manscaped.com and use code XB2 for 20% off and free shipping. Razors, boxers, cologne, and more from our friends at manscaped.com. Let us have a toast for a new year and a new you. Xbox 2's groomed dudes with the tamed pube. Thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring this video.
Well, I don't know. I think my recent ad reads have been much better than yours. You're off your game.
Oh, wow.
You're off your game. You've basically taken December off from ad reads, so you need to get back into it. You need to refine your American accent,
Oh, man. Well, I did my best. But yeah, Rand, I just want to drop a personal plug for Manscaped.
Personal,
actually.
Okay.
A personal plug because they sent me some of their new body wash, shower gel, and also this like hydrating spray. Now, I have to admit, I'm not the most well-kept man in the world, but Manscaped slowly turn it around. There's this like hydrating spray. It's like a moisturizer, right? And like moisturizer, what I think of, it's like a cream. You like rub it into your face, but this is like a spray. You like spray it on your face, and it like dries instantly. It's like magic, but then it keeps you all nice and moisturized, man. My skin feels youthful and younger and glowing. I'm sexy. I'm bringing sexy back in 2023. So yeah, thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring the video, and you can worldwide shipping. Someone in the chat asked if they do worldwide shipping. Yes, they do. Code XB2 in the checkout, 20% off, free shipping worldwide. Tons of great products. And thanks again to them for sponsoring us. And Rand, we've got some Patreon stuff.
Wonderful people at Patreons. Hope you guys are enjoying the extra podcasts like the Xbox Ultimate Show and Xbox 2+1. You can sign up at patreon.com/XB2. I mean, the support's been amazing. Like, I think we hit over 200, which is incredible. So I just want to thank everybody for their, supporting us, their faith in us to produce content that's, worth, $10 a month or whatever it should be. But, not everybody has to subscribe. Not everybody has to sign up. We're more than happy with everybody who just listens to the show, and just watches it at their own leisure. You don't have to super chat. You don't have to become a Patreon. Those are just for people that really want to. But yes, we have those in the shout out tier. We have William Schumacher, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Tyler, Gunstar 75, Moronic Donkey 99, C Money, who's Mario Kart Madman on YouTube, Mockazilla, Stegsman, Randall Thor 19, yes, me, every month, my own Patreon, Silas, Eric Gregory, Eliza Vasquez, James Moore, Matt Salinas, Katriox, Ricky Fallon, Nerdy Meathead, Bright Tundra, Jasper Shapp, Joseph Campbell, Biscuit, Lord Jez Stole My Girl FML, okay, Xbox International, Justin Duell, Frank Marino, Proboro King, Justin Miller, Asa T and Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Justin Sego, Andrew Courtney, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Tropy, Prof JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killa, Wolfgang KPZ, and the one and only Ralph Wiggum. So thank you guys for your continued support. And yeah, that's the housekeeping. So I guess, Jez, if you want to make a note here, this is where, the show starts, or at least the housekeeping ends, so we can get into the topics. And like I said, I don't have any topics. I don't have anything written down. This is gonna be free flowing. You guys can basically, direct how the show goes, ask a lot of questions, and we'll talk about it. Because I mean, honestly, what is it? January 1st. There ain't really nothing going on in the world of video games. The world of Xbox.
They're all Microsoft takes a lot of vacation.
And most people at Xbox have been on vacation. Some people would say people have been on vacation for Xbox for like 2 years now.
Oh dear.
Some people would say that, but let me get a couple of these super chats. Maybe they'll lead to some good discussions. We have Jaguar Gaming Network has been a member for 26 months. Who says, "What? You guys are here? How are you, Rand? I'm doing good. Hope you're well. We'll be listening at work tonight. Third shift. Yucky third shift. Ugh, third shift is pretty yucky. I wouldn't want anybody. But, I mean, hopefully the podcast helps the time go by really quick. We have a super chat here from Cliff Watkins, who says, PS5 or Steam Deck to go with my Series X. Happy New Year to all. Well, I mean, I have a PS5 to go with my Xbox Series X. Granted, I didn't really play that much on it these past couple years. I only played Returnal and Ratchet in 2021, and this year I played Sifu, Stray, and God of War Ragnarok. But I made that choice knowing it was an exclusive machine. It was only going to get turned on when there was a game I wanted to play that I could only play on the PlayStation. So I guess it depends on your prerogative. Do you want to spend that money on a system that you'll maybe only turn on a couple times a year? Or if you have a lot of PC games, if you dabble in cloud gaming via Game Pass, maybe the Steam Deck is an accessory that is more up your alley. I guess it depends. Jez, what would you recommend?
Well, I think you should drop a poll in the chat about it.
A poll, huh?
What? Yeah, drop a poll in the chat. What is a better companion to the Xbox Series X? PlayStation 5 or Steam Deck? I want to know. What the people think.
Better companion. What about the Switch to the Xbox Series? That Series X and S.
Yeah. Drop down in the chat.
So we have
Don't do Switch because you didn't ask about the Switch.
Okay, we have PS5 and we have Steam Deck. So
for me, right, I would say get a Steam Deck. And I already know that people are going to be like, oh, well, of course Jez would say that. Well, hear me out, right? Hear me out. All the PlayStation games are going to come to the Steam Deck eventually anyway. And Death Stranding runs Sony is one of the best supporters of the Steam Deck because their games are really well optimized on the Steam Deck. Death Stranding runs like a dream on the Steam Deck. So does Horizon. Final Fantasy VII Remake, while it's not a Sony game, it also runs really well on the Steam Deck. So, like, the Steam Deck, for me, is becoming my PlayStation, but it's also portable. So it's kind of like, do you value the portability of the Steam Deck? If you do, then you could just use the Steam Deck as your portable PlayStation. Because that's basically how I'm using it these days. I mean, I will say God of War does push it to its limit. I'm playing like God of War on the Steam Deck, and it's like you can feel it struggling, But I'm surprised with how optimized it is. But Spaced Overkin does make a good point in the chat. With Steam Deck, if you do want to play, use it for PlayStation exclusive. You're going to be waiting because a lot of these games are going to be 2 or 3 or 4 years out, maybe. But there's just so much to play on Steam Deck. I think there's over 1,000 optimized games now, or even more, or something. There's thousands of games that work on
Let me ask you this question, because I saw some people talking about this. I even saw a friend of the show, Special Nick. Shout out to Special Nick. An Xbox era. Amazing people over Xbox era. Some great people. John, Jesse, One Bad Mother, and the crew over there. And then there's Nick. Off by his lonesome. I don't even know what Nick does on Xbox era. He just kind of just does the podcast, but doesn't do anything else. I'm kidding. I love Nick. He put out a tweet basically saying, hey, like the Steam Deck's only sold like 1 million units. It's really hasn't. If the Xbox Series X or the PS5 or the Switch or any modern console sold 1 million units in a year, that would be considered like a failure. And he was saying that the Steam Deck gets a lot of coverage and all this stuff, but it gets a lot of coverage despite the fact that not a lot of people really actually have it. Why? I
don't know about this, man, because some of our Steam Deck articles do really monstrous traffic.
That's what I said. I said the reason it gets a lot of coverage is because people are clicking on the coverage. One of the things we've talked about before was how VR and how nobody wants to click on VR articles or VR videos. In fact, every time we've talked about VR in this podcast, I've noticed a drop immediately of live viewerships. And I always try to keep the discussion short about VR because it's been proven people do not care about VR. They don't care to click on it. And I was trying to tell some people that the reason you see a lot of coverage for the Steam Deck, even though the Steam Deck has only sold 1 million units or whatever, despite it not being in stores, is because when these websites put out articles, they get clicked on. So you see it being clicked on, you're going to want to make more articles about it and more things about it because people are interested about it, and they're showing you that by clicking on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of intrigue about the Steam Deck. I think like a lot of people are in a sort of wait and see situation. And I can't remember who said this on Twitter. But someone said this on Twitter recently, and I had a back and forth about it. I think it was PMS Jordan, actually, on Twitter. Shout out to her. PMS Jordan is awesome, by the way. Really good friend of mine. She said I think it was her anyway. I could be completely wrong about this. But I think she brought up an argument that people were having that Steam should make a Steam Deck exclusive. That kind of flies in the face of what Steam is,
isn't it? Yeah.
Well, yeah, it flies in the face of what Steam Deck is, that it's a PC, But they kind of did that with VR, because you can't play Half-Life Alyx without a VR headset, right?
No.
And they pushed their headset, and it's Half-Life Alyx. You can play it with an Oculus headset, but it's not on the Oculus store. You still need to use Steam to use it. So, like, is there an argument to be made that what if they had a Steam Deck exclusive or a game that was optimized for the Steam Deck? What if they had that? Half-Life. I know people are going to be really mad about this suggestion.
What Half-Life 3 is a Steam Deck exclusive?
That would blow that shit.
I mean, geez.
You know it would. You know it would. People would be mad, right?
Because people would want to be able to also then take that game and then like run it at 120 frames, 240 frames at 4K with their 4080s and not be sort of held back by, the limitations of the Steam Deck, right? I would imagine a lot of people would want that. But like, I don't want to play Half-Life on, I want to be able to play it on a big monitor and frame rate instead of.
I got my Steam Deck plugged into my TV. You can still, can still play on the big TV. And by the way, it wasn't PMS Jordan. She quote tweeted it, and the person who tweeted the suggestion was, "Oh no, it's Alex," or they brought it up,
Mr.
or
Alex.
some kind of some kind of discussion anyway. But I agreed with the idea that maybe they should make an exclusive. I kind of just like there's like an evil devil on my shoulder, kind of like Yeah, do it. Make Half-Life 3, make Half-Life 3 a Steam Deck exclusive.
Yeah,
Because I've got one, right?
Well,
so...
you know what? So we got about 280 votes on the poll. I'm gonna end it. It's been up for like 6 minutes just because we're gonna be switching topics here in a minute. I didn't think we'd be talking about Steam Deck this long. Should Xbox do more with Steam Deck, Jazz? Do you think they're going to do more with Steam Deck?
I'm kind of like, I'm weighing up the pros and cons of writing an article about this, because one of the things that really annoys me about the Steam Deck is that Microsoft's support of it is minimal. And on the one hand, it kind of makes sense that their support is minimal of it, because what benefit is it really to them? They'd rather you buy an Xbox Series S, right?
Right.
But at the same time, it's like, I've got Xbox Game Pass for PC. I've got all these cloud saves, which are on the Xbox Store version of the PC Xbox Store, Windows Store, whatever. And a lot of my cloud saves are on that side of things, and I can't use it with the Steam Deck. So it's and yeah, you can install Windows on the Steam Deck. There are drivers for it, and you can use cloud gaming, but there's like, you have to jump through hoops and like pin a browser tab and install Edge for the Steam Deck. There's all these kind of like annoying bullshit to get to the point of, okay, now I can play my PC Game Pass on the Steam Deck. You can do it. You can put Battle.net on there. You can play Warcraft on there. But there's all this annoying bullshit to get to that point, and I don't want to have to deal with that. I kind of wish like Microsoft would just support it properly, or just bring PC Game Pass to Steam or something, you know.
So you would want essentially Microsoft to make a Game Pass native app for the Steam Deck, or like at least bring Game Pass natively to Steam and not have to do the whole cloud streaming thing?
Yeah, I mean, the reason they don't do it, I think, is because the games need to run on Linux, right? Yeah. Proton or whatever. And there is like, Proton is really good for translating Windows games to Linux or whatever, from what I understand. But like, it's also kind of like, well, Microsoft, it kind of hurts Windows, you know, because the one of the only main reasons left to get a Windows PC is gaming, you know, like Mac has pretty much the creative industry cornered, and lots of developers I think I read a report recently that developers are increasingly moving to Linux instead of Mac or Windows. So like, one of the only real reasons to get a Windows PC these days is gaming, you know, or if you specifically hate using Mac OS or Linux, you know. And so it's kind of like, does Microsoft, is there a political controversy internally about supporting Steam Deck natively, because it's all Linux based, right? It's interesting. It's like, this is why I'm going backwards and forwards in my mind about writing about this topic. But
you should, might as well.
I think I need to do a little bit more. Yeah, it's an interesting topic.
You know, maybe Xbox should make their own handheld. How about that?
Yeah, that's
they
the
almost should do that, you know, right?
One of the things I really love about the Steam Deck, and which is something I am going to write about, is how The Witcher 3 is handling this stuff. Because Witcher 3 lets you transfer your save data through the cloud by signing into GOG.com from your Xbox to your Steam Deck to your Switch, and it's on everything. So like, my Witcher 3 save, I can play on my Xbox Series X with 4K and all the singing and dancing gorgeous graphics, and then I can go mobile. Like, this past week, I had to visit some in-laws, don't speak German that well. So I was like, okay, well, I'll bring my Steam Deck, and I played The Witcher for 3.5 hours. You know, and it had the cloud save, and I could bring my save from my Xbox to the Steam Deck. But not a lot of games do that. You know, not a lot of games do. All of Microsoft's games do, but only if you play in the Windows Store version of the game. So there's this sort of weird disconnect. And increasingly, I'm like, I want this experience. I want this native handheld Xbox gaming experience, because it is just better than cloud. Especially in this situation where I was visiting in-laws in the countryside. They didn't have 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi to play cloud stuff there. There was no chance I'd be able to play the cloud there. So native was just the better option, like almost every time. So yeah, I don't know. But it's an interesting thing to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, basically the vote was 60% for the Steam Deck, 40% for PS5. So, yeah. By the way, guys, I haven't said this yet, but if you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and share this out on social media. Let everybody know that we are live on a rare Sunday. I don't think we've ever done a show on a Sunday. Correct me if I'm wrong. This might actually be the first time.
We have.
We have done a show on Sunday? I don't think we have. I don't think we have. I don't think we've... Well, I mean a regular show, not like a show after an event.
Oh, okay.
Like a regular podcast episode.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because we've done shows on Wednesday. Hell, originally the show was Wednesday afternoons. And then Jez couldn't do it. And then we did Thursday afternoons. And then Jez couldn't do it. You notice a pattern here, guys? And then we're doing Fridays. And we've been doing Fridays for a while. And then sometimes we do a Saturday if we can't do Friday. But normally we avoided Sunday because ILP's on Sunday. And I don't like stepping on other people's toes. So I was just kind of like, all right, well, we just kind of avoid Sunday. And then in a rare occasion, Monday. Because nobody's got a show Monday afternoon. And the only time I don't think we've done a podcast, a regular show, is Sundays or Tuesdays. I don't think.
I don't know.
Either way.
I don't know. I could go
hit the like button, share this out, and make sure you subscribe so we can, get to 100K and maybe have a on-camera podcast for a change and stuff like that. So, Sherman Jacobs in the super chat says, "Happy New Year, guys! Finally going to get a new Forza Motorsport in 2023. Love you guys." Well, thank you for your support, Sherman.
Shout out to Sherman. Sherman's awesome, dude.
Yes, well. And yes, Forza Motorsport will indeed be coming this year. Cross my fingers. Hold on, let me hit my table. Let me knock on wood a little bit here. You don't want to say that because we know how that happened when Jez was saying, "Nope, Starfield's 100% locked in for 2022, Rand, mate, buddy." And then
well, you said it was coming out in 2020.
I sure as hell did not.
Or was it 2021? You made a prediction.
I mean, sure. There was that thought process. Oh, man, imagine if Xbox released Forza, Halo, and Starfield in 2021. And obviously that didn't happen. But I wasn't the one out here being like, bro, it's 100% locked. There's 0% chance it's getting delayed. Jez, I love you. But you weren't the only one saying that, though. A lot of other people were saying that as well.
Well, Mr. Matty Players on Twitter said 2023, the year of Starfield, and then I replied, "Or is it?
Or is it? Dun dun dun." Yes.
And everyone's like, "No, don't do it, Jez. Don't do it."
Well, I actually got a couple DMs from people asking if you knew it was delayed, if you knew the updated release. Because, well, we'll get to it a little bit, so I'll move on here, because that is a topic. How do we say this guy's name again? Joaquin Branch, yes. He says, "Happy New Year, gents. Glad you're feeling better, and shout out to now 2 men with the million, Jez Corden, future editor-in-chief, top lads, the both of you." Yes, I did see that with your clickbait, you were able to get to 1 million clicks this past month. Wonders of clickbait. Now you wonder why everybody engages in clickbait, ladies and gentlemen, because it produces results. That's why.
To be fair, I don't think it was clickbait because the article delivered, man. The article delivered.
I mean, yeah.
Lot of
what was the clickbait of it? Like, Microsoft has confirmed these games will never come to Xbox.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But
good.
That's just the way the algorithm works is just crazy. And like YouTube, YouTube is a minefield of clickbait. Google's bought that algorithm over to their search engine now. So don't be surprised if you see even more clickbait than ever next year.
Great.
From all sorts of angles.
I mean, I tried it. Like the video, like the podcast, never clickbait the podcast. The videos, you got to be a little bit dramatic, I guess, maybe. Unless you're like somebody like Mr. Beast or somebody that just has, Well,
that's the thing. It's like
1 million subscribers or something.
Yeah. My thought process is, as long as the headline isn't a lie and the article gives you something worthwhile, and then you learn something and they put some information in there. I put like hints in there and stuff. I think it's otherwise you just have to play Google's game. Like, it's just the way it is, you know. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, it was a pretty good month for me, clicks wise. The Xbox, the Redfall launch day did really well as well. Which you put down as a topic. Do you want to talk about that now?
We'll talk about that when I get through the rest of these.
Oh, you got more super chats.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
Let's
Sith Lord says, "I'm with you guys. We will all lose weight together. I mean, everybody should get more healthy. You know, if you want to get more healthy, that is. You know, so that's definitely something people should aspire to." Achievement says, "Biscuits are flaky and savory, and cookies are sweet." We're getting back into the whole biscuits and stuff thing. Let's see. Geez. Shout out to the one and only Infinite Umbra. He says, "Happy New Year to you two greats and everyone in the chat. I had some Tim Tams and I like them. Next up are penguins to judge which is best." Well, let me know which ones are good, because I've never had a Tim Tam and I have no idea what penguins are outside of, you know, actual penguins. So, let's see what else. Mr. Too Opinionated says, oh, I lost it. Mr. Too Opinionated says, "We need an iNeo 2 type of Windows device instead." I have no idea what that means.
iNeo. Like, the iNeo is it's a Windows handheld. It's similar to the Steam Deck, but it's like, people say it's more powerful or it has better cooling or something. But it's also more expensive, the iNeo. But it's like a Chinese only, I think, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that's like the most prominent Steam Deck competitor is this iNeo thing. But it is fully Windows based as well, which obviously makes it a little bit better if you want to use PC Game Pass, right?
Yeah. He also says, "Chat, your Twitter DMs, Jez. Hashtag NWOPhil."
NWO Phil.
Yeah, chat your Twitter DMs, Jez. I guess he wants
Illuminati.
you to, I guess he wants you to, like, read out your Twitter DMs live on air.
Oh, NWO, like WCW.
Like, yeah, New World Order.
Yeah, the tweet reads, "Let Phil know after this ABK deal is done, it's okay to be the bad guy. Market share isn't a given. It's taken. Hashtag NWO Phil. Heel Phil. Hashtag."
Heel Phil.
Yeah, do you think... I suppose that's actually an interesting topic, right? Like,
okay.
what could possibly happen? Like, if the deal goes through or the deal fails, will we see Xbox become more ruthless? Is there a world that exists where,
if it goes through? Absolutely not.
No.
I think if it goes through, they still want to present that image of they're the good guys, because, as Phil has constantly said and reminded us, they're still looking to buy more. So it wouldn't look good for their image if you're still also then going to try to buy more studios or publishers and try to, you know, get those through regulators to then be the bad guy or be aggressive. And I know that's one of the complaints people have against Phil over the years, is that Phil's too much of a kumbaya guy, right? That he's, you know, basically trying to, like, be too nice to Sony and be too nice to Nintendo. And it's, you know, it's one of those things where you're too nice to Sony, but Sony, like, I don't know. It's like, I get it. You know, you have to change your image. Xbox's image was so tarnished after the 2013 fiasco that they sort of had to do this whole grassroots thing. They had to do this kind of we're for everyone thing. We're the good guys, rather than, like, be, you know, like the aggressive company that they really should be. And I think Phil's really like that. Phil's aggressive, and Phil very much wants to win. You know, he's told me that directly. But I just think also it's like Xbox has been playing this game for a long time about, like, being really nice, and Sony's not having any of this. Sony's not nice at all. Like, look at their contracts that they draw up, excluding Xbox, like, according to your clickbait article, you know, as, like, you release this game as long as you don't release it on Xbox, or excluding Game Pass, the things that they do. how Jim Ryan talks out of his one mouth to the regulators and then talks out of his other mouth to PlayStation employees, basically just misleads and lies about certain things. Like PlayStation's aggressive. Look what they wanted to do. They wanted to bury and destroy Xbox this generation, and hey, it's business. They're their direct competitor, right? Sony loved it when Microsoft was down in the dumps, and like they could get away with anything. Sony had the run of the entire industry, selling 120 million consoles, and they basically had no competition in the what the FTC describes as the high-end console market, right? Like Nintendo doesn't exist. They're in a monopoly of their own in their own market apparently. They're perfectly okay with Microsoft struggling to get 50 million consoles sold and being the laughing stock. But the like Xbox shows some resilience, shows that they're actually going to compete, right? Throw their money around as they should. It's your competitive advantage. Throw that money around, right? Get the things that you need for the players in your ecosystem so you can meet your business goals and satisfy your fans as well. And Sony's like terrified by that. They don't want Microsoft to claw back, because if Microsoft claws back any market share, they're taking it directly from PlayStation, right? They don't want them to take Call of Duty. They don't want an Xbox. They don't want PlayStation doesn't want Xbox to put Call of Duty, or Microsoft to own Call of Duty and then put Call of Duty on the Switch, because anybody who's going to buy it on the Switch is probably then not buying it on PlayStation. So only reduces PlayStation's market position, market power, and their revenue. So PlayStation, they were out to kill Xbox 100%, and
Yep.
The whole Kumbaya thing is, I know that's kind of who Phil is, but if the deal goes through, I expect them to still be the Kumbaya people. If it gets blocked, however, I could see a more aggressive Xbox. So I think it depends. Well, all right, since we're talking about this, I want you, since it's 2023, give me a prediction right now. I want no waffling. I don't want you to say, I don't know. I want you to commit. You ready? I want you to commit. Does the ABK deal get passed this year? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So you think?
I think it will.
You think it's getting passed this year? Okay.
I think it'll pass this year.
All
right. If I'm being completely honest, like, and you're putting me on the spot, I think it'll pass this year.
I'm gonna put you on the spot about more stuff. So.
People
like it when you get put on the spot.
Well, I'm putting you on the spot. Does it pass this year?
Yes.
Okay, we both think it's going to pass this year.
Yes.
Well, I wrote a whole article about the whole idea of Microsoft becoming the bad guy. After if the deal gets blocked, I was like, I really upset people because I said, Sony, you be careful what you wish for, kind of thing, right? And people were offended on behalf of Sony, the billion-dollar corporation, like, oh my god, how dare you threaten Sony? And it wasn't a threat. It was more like a business reality of the situation. To summarize, I said that if regulators block the acquisition, regulators are effectively telling Microsoft what they can and can't do with their money. They are telling Microsoft, you can't compete like this. You have to compete how Sony's competing, because we're not mad at Sony. We're mad at you. So compete like Sony's competing. That's okay. And Microsoft has way more money, way more money to compete like Sony's competing. The only reason they haven't been competing like that is because they're scared of being the bad guy. They're scared of being the bad guy. But I think, like, if this deal gets blocked, that mentality is going to have to go out the window for the sake of Xbox's future. It's going to have to go out the window, and you will see that aggressive Xbox if the deal gets blocked, and it may well get blocked. I'm not out here predicting. I personally think the deal will go through, but like, no one could say for sure what's going to happen. No one's got a crystal ball. No one's going to say, I think it would be disingenuous to sit here and say the deal will 100% definitely without any shadow of a doubt go through, because you don't know what regulators are thinking. You know, there's people trying to stake their political career and make a name for themselves on the back of this deal. You know, we've established repeatedly that this is about ideology. You know, they've made up entire markets, like the high-end console market, as if like there's no crossover between the Switch and the Xbox and the PlayStation audiences. As if there's no crossover. Like, even you've got a Switch, for God's sake, and you don't even like Nintendo.
No.
So it's just a complete lie on behalf of the FTC. It's either a lie or it's incompetence. The notion that there's no crossover between these platforms, because there clearly, very clearly is. You know, so we don't know how they're playing it. We can't predict them. You know, Microsoft clearly miscalculated with regards to the FTC, because you know, they thought they'd play by the rules, but they're not playing by the rules. They're not playing by established precedents. They're playing by some kind of magical make-believe universe where they just make up their own rules. They make up their own markets. They're making up just everything as they go along, because again, this is about ideology. This is about some people in the, you know, establishment who want to, you know, big tech bad. You know, that's the narrative they live by now, is big tech bad. Automatically, big tech is bad. You know, they're painting Microsoft with the same brush that they're painting Google with, that they're painting Amazon with. All these companies that genuinely have exploited their market position and been fined for it. Like, Facebook was just fined a couple of days ago for 800 million euros for the mishandling of data over the Cambridge Analytica scandal. You know, so the FTC is looking at all these different scenarios where Google been fined, Meta's been fined, Amazon's treating its warehouse staff like crap, and you know, there's all this stuff going on, and they're painting Microsoft with the same brush just because Microsoft is a big rich company. You know, even though Microsoft hasn't really done anything particularly egregious with its position in recent years. In fact, they've been very, very open. They added a subsystem. They've added a subsystem for Linux in Windows, and I don't really feel like they needed to do that. They've done like tons of stuff to be a more open company. They put Office on iPad, you know, which is, you know, legendarily something that, you know, Steve Ballmer said they would never do, and all these kinds of stuff. You know, PC Game Pass, the most pro-consumer subscription service in the world, probably, particularly so in gaming. And they're doing all this stuff, and the FTC just doesn't seem to notice or doesn't seem to care. You know, you could argue that, you know, that maybe they don't need to care, but I would argue they do need to care, because they are there supposed to be protecting consumers. You know, competition isn't just competition for the sake of competition. The point of competition is to bring a better deal to consumers, and they won't let Sony and Microsoft compete. It's really strange. They're not doing their job properly.
Can I just say, when people ask what was the worst thing to happen in 2022, I mean, we can mention like Xbox had, you know, they didn't put out a lot of first party games, even though the first party games that they point out were all very highly rated. Pentiment an 86, Grounded I think is like an 82 or an 83. Fantastic game. It was a game that I was like, I'm not gonna play Grounded. I played Grounded for 50 hours and had a blast, right? And as Jess calls it, As Dust Falls, the what'd you call it? The
PowerPoint.
The PowerPoint simulator. Even that was really well done. So the games they put out, not big, but reviewed well. But the worst thing about 2022 wasn't the Xbox, you know, first party issue, even though it was bad and the worst ever. But we're over that. It's 2023. Seriously, the worst thing to happen from last year is the ABK Microsoft Sony discourse, because it basically went throughout the entire year, and it's sort of, I don't know, like it was just a constant thing, and
it's pretty toxic.
And it's just in my opinion, the way it ended up, it just kind of was like, it sort of ruined the year, because in my estimate, because I think Xbox was a lot quieter and did a lot less because of that deal, right? If you like, normally Xbox is very chatty. They always have stuff like every single month about things, but they literally announced the Activision deal, and then they, outside of like Game Pass announcements every month, they basically were like, "See you in E3," and then they came to E3 and it was like basically, "See you next year," and that was essentially it. And the interviews that Phil went on later in the year were all directly related to ABK in some way. Oh, should you be allowed to get it? What about Sony? What about Call of Duty? Right?
Yeah.
Are you going to acquire more? I mean, they would ask other things, but it was all directly revolved around ABK. And then, the Game Awards thing, you still have some people out there being like, they didn't show up because they needed to keep a low profile because of everything that's going on, which we don't know why they didn't show up. That's one of the speculations is because of the deal, or because they maybe have a show early next year or this year now. But honestly, it sort of ruined the entire year, from the discourse to Xbox basically taking a step back. It was probably the worst thing to happen in 2022 was that.
Oh, man, I don't know, man, because in a way it kind of gave them cover.
Sure, okay, but I'm just saying, for me,
yeah, for you maybe, but I like, for analytically speaking here.
I mean, I'm not even saying that like the videos did well. I'm not saying like they didn't, but I'm just saying like I at some point just got completely sick of hearing about it, of seeing videos about it, of seeing other people's opinions about it who aren't lawyers in any sense of the word. Like, nobody really should listen to me about what I think about the ABK deal. I'm a 42-year-old dude who does YouTube. I'm not a lawyer. I've never gone to law school. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And you shouldn't listen to anybody else's who isn't really a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you can have an opinion.
Well, you can have an opinion, but like,
I sure as hell have an opinion.
Well, you definitely have an opinion because you piss people off constantly.
Good.
You piss so many people off.
I'm glad. I'll piss them off some more, man, until this shit's done, because I'm sick of it too.
Yeah.
I'm sick of it too, and I'm sick of the hypocrisy and the lies, and we're going to get into some lies in a bit. But I'm seriously, man. Like,
seriously, worst thing for 2022.
Yeah.
ABK deal.
Well, I was just like, my point was that if the deal does get blocked and we stop hearing about it and it's all over and done with and Microsoft gives up, you're going to see Microsoft do a heel turn. You're going to see a NWO, Microsoft. You're going to see Scott Hall and Kevin Nash and Hulk Hogan, Phil.
Could you imagine?
Oh, what was he? Hollywood Hulk Hogan, right?
Can you imagine Phil coming out with like a spray tan beard and a bandana and a shirt that said like XWO, Xbox World Order or something?
Oh, dude, XWO!
They should make T-shirts. Put that on. If anybody from Xbox is listening right now to the show, that is a free idea. Go. Well, they probably can't because that's probably trademarked by the WWE.
Yeah, I think Vince McMahon might have something to say about that. Well,
but I don't know.
Triple H might have something to say about that.
The XWO, how great is that? We should start a trend on Twitter. The XWO, the Xbox World Order.
Yeah, we should.
There we go. Yeah.
Who said it in chat originally?
Did somebody say it in chat?
Yeah,
that was the
hashtag.
Hashtag. Well, it wasn't the hashtag XWO. It was hashtag NWO Phil.
NWO Phil, yeah. Oh, it was Mr. Inferno Games on Twitter said that. So yeah, I do think they'll pull a heel turn. They have to. They won't have a choice. Microsoft, they'll have been forced into a position by regulators to copy Sony's strategy, and Sony are the heel right now. Sony are the ones doing all the mean deals that like make Xbox look bad. Microsoft has way more money to play with, and yeah, Microsoft will have to pay a premium to do it, but they won't have a choice. They'll have been pushed into a corner, and if they don't get vindictive after all this, I'll be shocked. They won't deserve to win. They won't deserve to win if they don't grow a pair and start getting those Manscaped Performance Package 4.0, shaving those balls and start seriously waving them around to get some fat deals, steal that Square Enix deal. They'll have $69 billion to play with, presumably, that have been earmarked for ABK that no longer will be spent. You know, they'll have to give Activision the $3 billion severance package, which is definitely not something they want to pay. So they'll have to give Activision $3 billion for nothing. You know, that is the upshot. If the deal flops, then Microsoft has to give Activision $3 billion for their trouble. And you can bet your ass they do not want to give them $3 billion for nothing. And however many millions of dollars have been spent on lawyers and auditors and all these other, like, I was told that there is literal mountains of paperwork. I mean literal mountains.
Yeah.
And Microsoft will have spent all that money and all that time and delayed pretty much their marketing cycle for this year as potentially, you know, we don't know if that's the real reason, but let's just assume that it is. They'll have done all that for nothing. They'll have lost another year of marketing juice and all that kind of stuff to this deal. Microsoft they will need to get vengeance, you know, blood. And I don't see how else they could possibly compete at that point. If the regulators tell them they're not allowed to buy big companies, who's really left? Not really many. Maybe they can buy some smaller companies without pissing off the FTC or whatever, but you know, we talk about IO Interactive, we talk about Certain Affinity, but I think Microsoft, hopefully Microsoft will end up with a closer relationship to Activision Blizzard after this, even if the deal fails. And, you know, maybe we get the COD deal back. Maybe we get, who knows, exclusive games here and there. You know, the sky's really the limit. When Microsoft's ready to be the asshole again, the sky really is the limit because they did it before during the 360 era. And they can do it again. So,
all right.
Yeah, I'm down for it. I'm down for an Xbox heel turn.
An Xbox heel turn alongside a Jez Corden heel turn on Twitter. Be an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Brendan C says, "Happy New Year's, guys. Shout out to Hogue and hope he's okay." Indeed. Hopefully everything's going well with Hogue. Saw that he was in the hospital and having surgery, so hopefully it comes out well from that. Highlander 001 says, "Happy New Year, everyone. Keep Hogue on your thoughts. He is in the hospital. He's been a voice of reason during the Microsoft Activision deal. Indeed, he has been. Like we mentioned. Hope you're doing well, Hogue. Hope everything goes swimmingly, I guess is the right word. I mean, that's, you know, very scary.
He's having surgery and stuff. Scary stuff.
Very scary stuff.
Or something.
Yeah. Which, you know, is probably one of the reasons why you should hug your loved ones and tell them how much you mean to them or how much they mean to you, because you never know when it's your time to go, you know? Yep. DB Cooper says, "Love my Steam Deck. I can wait for single-player games." We got Face 23 BKNY says, "Hopefully Xbox is a better 2023 regardless if the Activision Blizzard deal goes through or not. Xbox has more studios than PlayStation, time to put out games. Enough of acquisitions. They need to start managing their studios better." I mean, that's the common perception, is that Xbox has, problem managing their studios. And, you know, I mean, I think you can make a case that was true about 343. I think there was
definitely
big problems at 343. I know people point to initiative and what's happening there, but, you know, I think that's more just like trying to build the studio during pandemic, and the way they wanted to build that studio didn't really, because they hired like a lot of top level talent and were like, we're going to build games this way, but then it kind of was just like, no, we're building games the old way, and I think people had enough of it. But, you know, I mean, I think I've heard good things about Perfect Dark, so I'm not worried about Perfect Dark at all.
Yeah, I'm not worried either.
As far as some other studios, I mean, you know, Bethesda, they delayed Deathloop a year. Ghostwire Tokyo was delayed a bit. I mean, Redfall, we'll talk about that. Same with Starfield. You know, it's kind of, the games need the times they need. But yeah, some people are definitely now being like, 2023 is the make it or break it year for Xbox. I see this constantly. And there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I mean, they definitely need to do better in 2023 than they did last year. But then also part of me is like, bro, people said that shit every single year last generation about Xbox. 2017's make it or break it. And then they released Halo Wars and Super Lucky's Tale. And people were like, damn it, 2018's make it or break it. and then like State of Decay 2 and Sea of Thieves and all came out and were like 60 meta, even though Sea of Thieves went on to be like one of the biggest surprises and success stories of all last generation. You know, like every year last gen, essentially from 2013 on, was make it or break it for Xbox, and they're still here. So is it make it or break it next year for Xbox? Probably not. If you think about, like, just look at it logically, right? Just look at it, pull yourself out. Xbox just had a year where they released basically 3 AA games, one $20, one $40, and one $30, right? Their biggest exclusive is Game Pass and will probably forever be Game Pass. And they basically sold more consoles than they've ever sold before, while everybody is shouting from the rooftops on social media that Xbox sucks and Xbox has no games. And people are buying the consoles up in droves despite that. So it's a weird
universe. I mean, it's not just Xbox. It's like the whole economy's weird right now. It's like there's crazy inflation, but unemployment's really low, and you know, it's really strange. It's like the economy should be doing worse than it is or something, but there's still employment, at least right now. Like, people have been predicting for like a year that we're headed for some massive recession, and it still hasn't really happened yet. It's kind of similar to Xbox, where like everyone's just the core crowd ain't happy. Like, we want more games, we want better games, we want bigger games. We want to see Microsoft deliver. We want to see more aggressive Xbox. We want to have the talking points that Sony constantly has, where Sony's games are constantly in the Game of the Year discussion. Xbox's never are. You know, even though like they do well on Metacritic with the niche stuff, and then it's like the goalpost move. You know, you've got the best Metacritic this year, but what about where's the action games? You know, when they've got the action games, I know the goalposts will move again. It would be the next one will be where the superhero games. Well, when Spider-Man comes out, people will be saying, "Where's the superhero game?"
We already know what it is, right? I already can picture beginning of this year. If Redfall and Starfield come out and they're both really well, and if Starfield's like, let's just say, you know, reviewed as not. I don't think it'll review as high as Skyrim, which is like a 96. But say Starfield's like that right there, 90 meta.
Hang on. Wait a moment. Is your meta prediction for Starfield 96?
No. Of course not. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm saying what the talking points will be. Redfall and Starfield come out, and they're both really great games, and they both review incredibly well, right? Let's just say Starfield is kind of because it seems like games kind of peter out at that like 90, right? It don't really go that much more. The talking point will be, it's not an Xbox game. Those aren't Xbox games.
Right? Okay.
They're not, but
they don't count.
They don't count. But if Starfield and Redfall aren't good, like if they're low 80s, high 70s, the talking point will be Xbox can't make any good games. Xbox ruined Bethesda. So there's always ways to go. There's always wiggle room for these people. The fact that I can think of their talking points way in advance, this goes to show you how ridiculous it all is, right? Oh, Starfield's great? Oh, whatever. They didn't do it the pure way. You know, like the Xbox had nothing to do with Starfield, but Starfield's bad or has problems. See, look at the Xbox stench just is now permeating through Bethesda. Of course it's bad because everything Xbox does is bad. So they can't win. They can't win either way. That's why I don't understand why people care about these other people's opinions of people who don't give a shit about the Xbox platform. Because no matter what Xbox does, those people will never give Xbox props for doing anything good. It'll always find some out. And this goes for fanboys, this goes for YouTubers, this goes for media personalities. Like, I don't know, I don't understand why people are trying to, like, oh, so-and-so said this. Yeah, but so-and-so hates the platform. So-and-so doesn't play on the platform. Like, they're gonna constantly make excuses for it, right? But that's...
Well, like, to that point, I always think it's really... I think, actually, maybe even you made this point to me. Or someone made this point to me, I don't know, I can't remember. But someone said to me, like, isn't it interesting how, like, loads of journalists who are super pro unionization They don't say a damn thing about
Yeah.
Microsoft being pro-unionization.
What happened to that? What happened to all these journalists on Twitter who were talking
very
about
interesting.
unions and all these things, who were against the Xbox acquisition, and then suddenly Microsoft becomes union neutral, and even to the point where the unions are praising Microsoft and like demanding the FTC actually pass it because it'd be good for workers and good for unions. Might actually bring unions into the video game industry. These things that some of these journalists have been talking about for years, and all you hear, silence. Just silence. It's like, wait a minute. You were very much vocal about unionization. I didn't now you're not saying a damn. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay.
Nobody covered the CWA's comments or the statements or anything. Yeah, it's so weird. It's like there's almost a conflict. It's like, oh, big tech bad, but unions good, but union says big tech good. Confused. Error message. Blue screen of death. You know, it's yeah. But there's, like you say, there's always a way to move the goalposts.
Always.
You can imagine what the arguments there were.
And I already got even more. I even got even more, Jez. Let's say Hellblade 2 comes out. Let's say Hellblade 2 comes out, right? And let's say Hellblade 2 is amazing. Doesn't matter, doesn't count, because Hellblade was an IP before Xbox bought them.
Ah, shit. Damn.
And if it's bad, see, told you Xbox can't make any game. So like literally they can't win. And you know what?
What about State of Decay? What's the narrative if State of Decay 3 is amazing?
That might be one where you really couldn't. Oh, they could be like, well, took them enough tries, 3 tries finally, 3 tries, and they got it right. And if Perfect Dark is good, oh, of course it's good, because it's made by a studio not part of Xbox Game Studios. It's made by Crystal Dynamics. They make great games. But if it's bad, the initiative prototyped a bad thing and Crystal Dynamics couldn't follow it very well. Like you already know all the talking points for all these games, you know, if they're not good, you know, or if they are good, how people will just be like, Xbox sucks, right?
Oh man, we should do a spreadsheet of these are the takes that if it's good and if it's bad, and then just sort of bring it up like pre-recorded receipts.
Yeah, you know, because you won't know if Ninja Theory is actually better until Project Mara comes out, because that's a new IP. Hellblade, they already knew what they were doing before, so, you know. I'm telling you, that's how a lot of this stuff's going to go. But,
no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The whole Xbox 2023's make it or break it. I understand that a lot of people have lost faith in Xbox, mainly because a lot of their announcements of these games are, you know, still years out and we don't know anything. Like Fable and Everwild, Avowed and Perfect Dark and all these things they announced in 2020, 2019, and you don't know anything about, and you don't know when to expect them. And then, you know, delaying the 2 big games from this year. Yeah, a lot of people just kind of, after initially being like thinking, finally it's over. Finally we've been led into, like, Moses leading the people into, you know, the land, right? And it's like, that's what 2021 was, right? It was like, finally, we have arrived at Xbox's future. Halo Infinite, Forza Horizon 5, Psychonauts 2, Microsoft Flight Sim, you know, Game Pass thriving with MLB and Outriders and, you know, what was the other game? Back 4 Blood. This is the future of Xbox. Nothing can go wrong moving forward. And then May 2022 happened, and they delayed 2 games at once. And it was kind of like, what the F? I thought it was over. I thought it was all just mountains and mountains of games moving forward. Even though Game Pass was really good this year, and I think Game Pass is going to be even better next year with the stuff they have, including the first party, it just makes it even sweeter. A lot of people just, they got that emotional high, and they're like, all right, we're finally here, only to then be disappointed once again. Like they were disappointed during the Xbox One gen. They feel like, I've been here before. I've seen how this movie plays out. Please tell me I'm dreaming, or this is a joke, right? So yeah, people just look at it and they're like, well, you know, next year has to be make it or break it. But it's like, realistically, if Xbox releases the games that they're supposed to release and then has like a couple games at the end of the year, plus if the ABK deal goes through and they add all that stuff to Game Pass, including Diablo and stuff, it's probably going to end up being like an incredible year. And I don't know, like, but I also sort of feel like the hardcore people and the casual crowd are disconnected in a way, right? Because if any of this stuff really mattered, like, you would see Series X's and Series S's on store shelves and nobody would be buying them, but they are. So it's like, does the fact that Xbox had no big games this year, does that really matter to a parent buying a Series S for their 12-year-old kid? Does that kid matter that they only put out Pentiment and Grounded? Or is that just something the hardcore like us focus on because, console wars, or we're way too involved deep into this, like Inside Baseball, or like where does the truth lie, right?
Well, the truth is that the entire business is Fortnite, Call of Duty, and Roblox. To be honest, now Minecraft, like that's the console business now. It's microtransactions and the games that drive microtransactions. Like, there probably is a point where if you completely lose the core, like completely, then the future is probably going to be untenable, right? But I don't think we're nowhere near that point yet. And even if next year was bad, I don't think we'd be at that point either. Because the fact of the matter is, the console business is not exclusives. The console business is your third party. Your console business is your microtransactions. Your console business is your upsell. And Microsoft, they've missed out on a few games. Square Enix isn't bringing some of their JRPGs to platform. We've all heard of that stuff. Shout out to Miles. Miles is very unhappy about Legend of Mana not coming to Xbox, for example. But how many casuals even know Legend of Mana exists? Very, very limited amount of people know or care about the whole drama about Square Enix, to be honest. Like, there'll be a bunch of people our age who get Final Fantasy 16 and have nostalgia for classic Final Fantasy. But, like, Final Fantasy 16 is not going to move the needle like a new Call of Duty would, or a Diablo will, or any kind of game that ends up trending and has microtransactions and all that kind of stuff. So exclusives are important, but it's not the entire business. And it's like, even when Microsoft, on paper, when we're talking about it as a podcaster or an analyst or someone who makes content, and it's like, well, there's been nothing to cover this year except the ABK deal. There's no games to cover. There's no positive zeitgeist or whatever to tap into. It doesn't matter because most people are just happily playing Call of Duty, Minecraft, and Fortnite and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the business model these days. Now you have to wonder, how much bigger and how much better will Xbox be when it does have those exclusives? When Starfield does pop off and it has all this DLC and all these expansions and all these mods that keep the game fresh in perpetuity for the next 10 years or more. Like, they're releasing Fallout 4 again next year, and it's going to come with a load of mods from the modding community on Xbox and stuff. You can't really do that with other games. It's Bethesda games are sort of unique in that sort of way, where they have like the appeal of a Minecraft, and they appeal to the older gamers in the same way that a Minecraft. They appeal to the older gamers in a way that like exclusives do and stuff like that. But then it has the upsell like a Minecraft or a Roblox, because you're gonna have all those mods and stuff. And I know the Creation Club was controversial about the paid mods, but again, that's the business model these days. And I would like not be shocked if Bethesda goes really hard on that with Starfield, with keeping the game fresh in perpetuity. It's going to almost be like a single player service game. The amount of stuff that modders will pour into that game over the next decade, it'll be a big event in gaming. And Microsoft still has that in its back pocket. We had like a terrible year in terms of hardcore coverage and hardcore content, but they're still making money hand over fist and still selling out consoles because they've got, and I think you said this, Rand, the best exclusive, which is Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah,
at least the best exclusive with a casual audience or a younger audience who are just looking for ways to save money. Like, Game Pass is like, I saw an analysis on Reddit where it was like Game Pass saved people literally thousands of dollars this year.
Yeah.
And you don't play everything that's in Game Pass, but it's also like, I didn't have to buy these. And Microsoft has data to suggest that the money you save from Game Pass, people spend it on games anyway.
That is true.
So they're making double.
But it's
they're double
unsustainable by any metric that you use, Jez.
Oh.
No, I still see that talking point. Game Pass is unsustainable by any metric that you use, and I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what Phil says or Satya says. They're lying through their teeth. They're losing money. Blah, 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 blah. But anyways, you got a super chat here from Shabs, who says Microsoft needs to optimize their games. Nate92 says, was Xbox's next 12 months comment at E3 sincere, or was it damage control to explain missing games? Been 6 months and still need release dates. So what do you think, Jez?
Interesting question.
Was it sincere or just damage control? Because I've had this discussion with people in party chats and stuff about, what was the reasoning behind the next 12 months?
It's hard to say. You don't know what's like fully true when it comes to marketing stuff. It was a little bit sus when they said it the way they said it. Like I remember people did it. We all had raised eyebrows. It's like, oh, that's a weird way of doing things. But then it's kind of like, well, maybe it's better this way because they can set expectations appropriately. But then it's also kind of like, well, where are the launch dates, guys? Where are the launch dates? So, like, again, it's sort of like it was supposed to create this certainty, and now it's had the opposite effect in a way, because we don't know if we can even trust them. And if those games do get delayed, like if Starfield does get delayed out of that window that they set for themselves, they can't use that marketing spiel ever again, because
that's true.
They will have basically...
Because nobody will believe them. Because you do it once, and it's like everything's coming in the next year. But if any of these games slip, I mean, okay, third-party stuff you don't have any control over. I'm sure there'll be some that slip. But if any of your games slip, then it's like you can't do it again because people will just point out, you already broke your promises about it. And that was the one thing about the showcase this past year was it was almost like Xbox, and they didn't intentionally do it, but they kind of did. It was like they put their backs up against the wall and they're cornered. Right? It was like, all these games are coming in 12 months. All right, cool. Bet. Right? Redfall, Starfield, Minecraft Legends, Our History Untold, right? Forza Motorsport. All right, 6 games for 6 months. I'm holding you to it, Xbox. And if they don't hit it, then it's just, you broke your promise. And a lot of people are already kind of, they've had it up to here already with Xbox and broken promises, so to speak. So they'll just, and the marketing would have completely failed, and they can never run it again, because why would anybody believe it again? Why would anybody give them you're doing this again? Oh, but it didn't work out so well last time, did it? So why are you doing it again? But this is the other thing. If they don't do it again, Jez, it just kind of proves that it was sort of only done because they had nothing. So you're like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Right? If you don't do it, if you don't do it next year, then people will just say, "Oh, it's damage control for the games that you didn't have. That's the only reason you did it." But if you heard the feedback and heard that people wanted, I don't know, more surprises or games that were revealed at least 2 years away or something, you say, "Well, we listened to feedback." So it's kind of one of those things where then it's like, well, we're doing what you said. Like, you wanted us to reveal the games that are further away, and now you're upset at us because we didn't do, like, there's almost kind of like a no-win scenario with whatever they do with E3.
Well, the thing about the no-win scenario, and we talked earlier about people moving the goalposts and not giving Microsoft the benefit of the doubt, but they've earned that to some degree. Because of those broken promises, because of the mismanaged expectations, people still bring up Scalebound,
Yeah, well, nobody's brought it up in chat today, as far as I can tell.
Well, I just brought it up right now.
Oh, so, you did bring it up right now. Screw you.
Yeah, so the meme continues. But I saw someone talking about Scalebound on the World of Warcraft subreddit where they're like, "Oh man, this is giving me my Dragonflies, giving me my Scalebound fix because you can like you got a dragon you can turn and
Jez,
stuff."
I will die on this hill that. Oh man, never mind. Go ahead. I don't want to
No,
get into
go
a
on.
Scalebound. I was just gonna say more people cared about Scalebound after it was canceled than cared about the game when it was in production and they showed it off.
I don't think people cared about the game. It just became a symbol of Microsoft's inability to deliver. You know, I don't think it's almost like when people talk about Scalebound, it's like the meme of like, you know, you partner up with this legendary developer and you literally put their face on the game. You know, you do all these E3 interviews, you show off the game, blah, blah, blah. You say things like, "Oh, this is the game I've wanted to make since the 80s," and stuff like that. Big partnership, you know. And whoever's to blame, I don't know. You know, I might write about it someday, like just cataloging everything I've heard about this game. Talked about like the engine choice wasn't right, and that, you know, the development was split between Nier Automata, which was looking like a stronger game, and then like there's people were suspicious, and you know, there's all these kind of different angles and facets to this whole story, which, you know, probably coalesce into some sort of coherent picture of what may have happened there. But regardless of whether or not Scalebound was going to be a banger or not, or whether people were actually genuinely excited for it, it became a symbol of Microsoft's inability to deliver on these promises. And that's why, like, you know, Sony fanboys or whatever, they will move the goalposts and they won't give Microsoft props for anything they do.
Mm-hmm.
But like, we as Xbox fans, we've kind of come to be in this situation where we're always suspicious. Like, what's the catch? What's the catch here? You know, you say this, we're suspicious. We're saying like, okay, they're saying these are the games for the next 12 months. But what's the catch? And we're discussing the catch right now because we're used to being disappointed. And I think Microsoft has a long way to go and many years, maybe like at least two or 3 years maybe, of consistently delivering properly and well before that meme goes away. Because we've been talking about that meme for years now.
What, they've been talking, what, the Xbox has no games thing?
No, just the whole meme of Microsoft not being able to deliver.
I mean, that's been going on. Thing. I mean, like you said, that's been going on since Scalebound, right? They canceled Fable Legends. You know, Crackdown 3 getting delayed like 2 years, like 2 years. You know, like Everwild starting off being like Everwild, and then like, oh, who knows what's going on with that? Like, yeah, like there is that thing. Well, all right. So let's transition then to 2023 since we're talking about it. And we're talking about E3. We're talking about.
Let me put a timestamp in.
Okay. So this sort of goes in. I guess I'll just ask you straight up. What are your expectations for 2023? Will they nail it? Will it be a big year, bigger than 2021? Because I still think 2021 was a fantastic year. Will Starfield get delayed past the June deadline? Will Hellblade 2 come out or any other new releases at the end of the year? What are your, Jez Corden, managing editor, Windows Central, what are your expectations for Xbox? Do you expect a big year? Or is it going to be, you know, just another whatever?
Well, you know, I always think about this in two ways because I have to think about analytically, wider community, because that's my job, right?
Okay.
And then I think about what do I want? What do I personally want? Because I'm not someone who cares about Halo. So like my and stuff like that. So Forza. So my perceptions of what makes a good year for Xbox are completely different to someone else's. Like Sherman Jacobs earlier was talking about how he's a massive Forza fan. I don't really care about Forza and racing games. But if there's someone who really does care about Forza and racing games and Halo, that'll be a good year for them. So for me, 2021 was not a particularly great year because there was nothing really major that I cared about that Xbox came out with that I can remember off the top of my head. But I'm also someone who really likes third party. And next year for third party is looking pretty damn amazing. Mm-hmm. You got Resident Evil. You got Monster Hunter Rise dropping straight into Xbox Game Pass, which is absolutely crazy. You got Persona 3 and 4 dropping into Xbox Game Pass. And I haven't even finished Persona 5 yet. So it's like, oh my God, even more content, you know. I kind of wish Persona 3 and 4 were coming out a little bit later, so I'd actually have some bloody time to finish 5. But anyway, but for me personally, 2023 is looking amazing. But I say that from the perspective of someone who's really looking forward to third party, and a lot of these third party games I know are going to deliver. I know that Diablo 4 is going to deliver because I've seen it being played and it looks really good, and all the things they're doing and they've said in the dev diaries are very, very exciting, very enticing, because they have been really, really, really transparent with Diablo 4. They've been talking about all the systems, all their plans, and all that stuff about how Diablo 4 is going to work for months. It's basically the complete opposite of what they've been doing with Microsoft's games, where we don't know a damn thing about Starfield. We don't know, well, I mean, we know bits and pieces because they have done some dev diaries and stuff like that, but we don't, there's so much still shrouded in mystery. And I mean, they are different games, and I think there's a lot of skepticism in the community, that the Diablo community, that Blizzard wants to dispel after Diablo Immortal and even Diablo 3. Like a lot of Diablo fans, they don't want Diablo 3. They want Diablo 2 with better graphics, So maybe there's some argument there to be made about it. But the thing is, I'm not worried about third party because these companies more consistently deliver than Xbox. So when I think about, personally speaking, how do I feel about Xbox going into 2023? I am pretty optimistic for a couple of reasons. I do think Starfield's going to deliver. And I also think, I think there's a possibility Starfield could be delayed out of the 12-month window they set for themselves. That's not based on anything other than my personal pessimism. However, that could my pessimism may very well change in the next couple of weeks as I dig for information about the game.
Because haven't you gotten new sources recently?
Yeah, I got some sources.
Oh,
I got
some. Yeah. Did the sources have to do with any of that Redfall stuff?
Don't know. Maybe not.
So why don't you? So continue. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, I got reasons to be positive about Starfield. I got reasons to be positive about Redfall, and now that we know from, or at least the current expected planned kind of launch date for Redfall is May, the first week of May. I won't say the exact date.
I mean, the exact date's out there, Jez.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, I saw like a game leaks and rumors thing, and it had the whole info about the date it's releasing and the early access stuff. Yeah, I mean,
okay. Well, it's May 2nd. If they nail that date, and there's no reason to think they won't right now, I think Redfall would be a really good game, and based on what I've heard, and I think it'll be something positive for Xbox, right? If Starfield does get delayed out of the 12-month window, I think it will launch, somewhere in the fall, which I wouldn't mind personally, because I've got enough to play, like more than enough to play, and I kind of feel like, I'd rather that game was as polished as possible personally, and I don't think they should rush it. I think like that game's going to be huge for the next 10 years, so it's okay if it's delayed for a couple of months further, personally. I know a lot of people probably don't want to hear that. And again, it's not based on any information I've got right now. It's based purely on my personal pessimism. But yeah, let's just assume that gets delayed out. But even if it did get delayed, right then and there, you're going to have E3. Now, I think Microsoft will have a lot more to show this year's E3. I think they'll have spent a lot of time telling their studios, okay, you've got to have this amount of vertical slices of your products, for, to remind people that we still exist. Hopefully the ABK deals done by then, one way or the other. Microsoft can put the pedal to the metal and give us some really, really juicy future-facing information that will sort of take the edge off Starfield being delayed, assuming it does get delayed, which, by the way, is not based on anything other than personal pessimism. I know I've said that like 4 times, but I really have to keep saying it because otherwise people will think it's a leak. But it's not a leak. It's just personal pessimism. And so I think like we'll go into E3 with like a lot of juicy new content, and that'll take the edge off any other potential delays. I also think Minecraft Legends will be really good game. I know not everyone here is going to be super interested in Minecraft Legends, but I personally am, so I'm pretty excited for that game. And also Age of Empires 2, I think that'll be surprisingly good on console as well. I've heard they've been working very hard to make really good controller controls for that game. So I think that could also be pretty big too. So I think overall, when you factor in the amazing volume of third-party content that's going to hit the box, when you factor in Starfield, whether it launches the first half or the second half of the year, it's going to be a major event, for the platform. It's going to be a huge game. It's going to be Game of the Year contender, all that kind of stuff. That's my expectation for Starfield. And it bloody well should be, high expectations for that game. I think Redfall's going to be great. Redfall's going to be great too. So I think overall, Xbox is going to have a pretty amazing year. They're going to sell a ton of games, both first and third party. And I think they're going to have a ton of future-facing news beats that will ramp up really heavily after the ABK deal falls out of the news cycle. So yeah, my overall expectation for Xbox is a lot of excitement, a lot of games to play, and a generally good year. I think, both for me personally and Xbox gamers in general. But yeah, I have no idea. I haven't heard a damn thing about Forza. Like, I get asked about that a lot. I don't really have Forza sources personally. So I can't really speak to the state of Forza right now. But I got no reason to think it won't be like, Forza generally sort of comes along and sets the bar, for racing simulation. So unless something goes rapidly wrong with that game or vastly wrong with that game, I got no reason to be fearful for it or anything. But yeah, I think it's going to be a great year. So, give us yours.
First, I want you to finish this sentence, okay? In 2023, Xbox will
be cool.
That's really all you can think of.
Well, I'm confused. What do you mean? Just generally?
Just in 2023, Xbox will blank, 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 blank. Just something, I don't know, like...
I think in 2023, Xbox will buy Manscaped using their code XB2. Check. Nah, I don't know. In 2022, Xbox will be good.
Here's what I will say, right?
Okay.
Because I'm actually going to take this seriously. Well,
I took it seriously.
No, you didn't. What did you even say? Huh?
Okay, in 2022, Xbox 2 will be good. But Xbox will be good.
Xbox will be good. Wow, you're really sticking your head out on a limb on that one. Leonardo in chat says in 2023 Xbox will be redeemed. See? There's someone thinking with actually something. In 2023 Xbox will be okay. Okay, thanks for showing up to the podcast, Jez.
I'd be good. What are you talking about?
Leonardo says in 2023 Xbox will be the owner of ABK. You could have said that.
I don't know how creative you wanted me to get.
In 2023 Xbox will still be third place, says KKS. Yeah, probably. Yeah, for sure, most likely.
Yeah.
The Jakester says in 2023 Xbox will deliver. You could say smartly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button. Here you go. Here's one, Jez, for you. In 2023, Xbox will have their first Game of the Year contender at the Keeleys.
But Rand, it doesn't count because it wasn't developed by Xbox.
I guess you're probably right. It doesn't count. So Xbox in 2023, because I think the title's like Xbox is big 2023 in question mark, because I didn't want anybody to be like, who's clickbait? How do you know if they're having a big 2023 or whatever? So I put a question mark at the end of it. Lot of eyes on Xbox.
That fixes everything.
It's a question. It's not a statement, right?
Yeah.
A lot of eyes are going to be on Xbox this year. A lot of eyes, right? A lot of disappointed people. A lot of people who felt emboldened to continue and saying Xbox doesn't know what they're doing, right? Even now, like, there's plenty of people that like there's 0% chance Starfield releases before October or something, right? or just continuing to say horrible things because of what happened. So, like you, I'm also kind of in my, there's a part of me that wants to be. I'd rather be I'd rather be positive than be negative. I'll be negative when I have to be, and I'll criticize Xbox when I have to. But I don't like talking about if Xbox delays Starfield past that E3 window. Yeah, I'll criticize them because I'll be like, well, why the hell did you do the showcase like that in the first place? Like, it was basically a self-own. You shot yourself in the foot. You got to be smarter than that, right? When they deserve to get criticized, believe me, I will criticize them. But honestly, when I look at 2023, I think they're going to have an absolute amazing year. I think potentially it'll be. See, I don't know if there's any sort of curse of if what I say and the opposite happens or something, because if I come out and say, you know what, Xbox is going to have the worst year ever, and then they go on to have their best year ever, should I say that they're going to have the worst year ever? Because what if I say they have the best year ever and then they end up having the worst year? So
I was literally sitting there thinking
reverse psychology. So I honestly do think next year, or this year, I keep on saying next year, but it is January 1st, I think when it's all said and done, when the smoke is settled and the games are all out and the showcases are over, by the end of 2023, you're going to have people thinking to themselves, like, we all reflected on 2022 and this podcast and other podcasts, and everybody's like, oh, first party disappointed, but still I had a great time with third party and Game Pass. I think end of 2023, most people, I think, will be like, damn, that was an incredible year for Xbox. Dare I say, maybe one of the best years for Xbox.
Yeah.
Because, like you mentioned, third parties are going to deliver. I think this is basically, I sort of look at 2023 as like the beginning of true next gen. Because all the third parties with all the delays because of the pandemic, that's sort of winding down. Just the beginning of this year, you have like Star Wars Jedi Survivor and Resident Evil. You have Dead Island 2. You have Street Fighter 6. You have Diablo 4. Right? But then it's like you have the big, huge AAA games that people love, that people clamor for. Then you have the Game Pass. And I think this is going to be Game Pass's best year ever, right? Because you have a lot of big titles coming to Game Pass. And then you also have Microsoft's first party delivering in a big way this year. So you got stuff like Stalker 2, which they released a new gameplay trailer. I hope people watched. It's coming this year. Looks incredible. It's Game Pass on day one, right? You got Atomic Heart, which looks really good. You got the 2 Persona games. You got Monster Hunter Rise. You got Wolong Fallen Dynasty. So you're already starting off, just off of the new day ones things, with a home run, not to mention whatever sort of back catalog things they put in there, right? And then there's, you got like stuff like Flintlock and The Last Case of Benedict Fox, and things like that. Silk Song, like Hollow Knight Silk Song, right? Lies of P. So there's already, you can like look at like Game Pass and what they have, and you're like, bro, that is killer. They're going to knock it out of the park. And that doesn't even include their own games like Redfall and Starfield, and you know them all, right? So third party, then Game Pass, and it's like maybe the best year. Definitely the best year of this gen, but probably, like I said, when I look at it, it's like this could be potentially the best year. Hogwarts Legacy, I didn't even mention that. But for a lot of people, it comes down to first party.
Shall I write? I'm going to write the article. Rand says Xbox is going to have.
That's just my personal like gut feeling. I mean, I could be completely wrong. Like, here's the thing. I think Starfield will hit. I think Starfield will launch within that 12-month window. I'm a believer. Now, you can say I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. You can say, what's wrong with you, Rand, right? But I think it's going to hit. I think it's going to hit in June. Right? I know there's a lot of talk about, well, Redfall got moved internally from March to May. how can they possibly release Redfall in May and then Starfield in June? But I don't think either of them, like, what does Redfall have to do with Starfield? Microsoft already released Halo's free-to-play multiplayer 2 weeks after Forza Horizon 5. They've already proven that they don't really have an issue releasing games stacked on top of one another.
And I think, like, there's also, like, Game Pass changes the game for some of this stuff, because it's like, well, if your retail sales aren't as, you know, desperately important, and you're still going to get your retail collectors and stuff like that, they're going to buy it anyway, potentially. And, you know, there's also the early access period, and people get FOMO, and, you know, people jump on that. You know, if it's available, people will jump on it. You know, they will. So I think, like, you could release them 1 month after the other.
Absolutely.
Especially because service games these days, they could, like, in 6 months or something, they could drop a massive update for Redfall, which adds, like, a ton of new content and stuff, which will give the game a bump, you know. Rumor has it that Ghostwire Tokyo is going to get some kind of definitive edition with expanded features for the Xbox launch or something. Did I imagine that?
See, I don't know. I just would much rather go into the year thinking, all right, it's going to be a good year, rather than being like, fuck, this year's going to be shit, man. God damn it, 2023. Right? I'd rather because even well, yeah, that voice. But because even if things get delayed and I get disappointed, I'm not somebody who carries that around with me. I just kind of, like, I'll be disappointed for a couple minutes and be like, and then be like, whatever. I got my games to play and my books to read. So it won't So, I mean, I don't know what people would want me to say, to get on here and be like, listen, guys, despair. Wail.
Listen,
right?
Guys, despair.
Just listen. You want what I feel like 2023 is going to be about? It's basically going to be the apocalypse of Xbox, right? It's over because they're not going to be deliver anything. You guys are going to be crying at the top of your lungs. This podcast is going to be awful to listen to because me and Jez are going to be sitting here screaming at the top of our lungs, being like, damn you, Xbox, you ruined everything. Right? Because like I see some people like saying, like, you're jinxing it. I'll be like, what do you want me to say? You want me to say, all right, well, guess what? Redfall's getting delayed. Starfield's getting delayed. Everything's getting delayed. Xbox has no games next year. You know what? Why are we even fans? Like, I don't know what people really want me to, like, say. Like, I think next year is going to be really good. And if at the things, if the things hit like they're supposed to hit, I think it could be one of the better years when you include stuff like third-party games and all the stuff coming to Game Pass plus first-party. You could. So, like, I know people are like, like Rand's drunk or whatever, but, like, I'm saying it's a possibility. I'm not saying it will be, but when you combine everything, it's like there's a decent chance, because I do think Starfield launches before June, and I do think it's going to be really damn good, and I do think there's a good chance Hellblade 2 launches at the end of the year alongside some other games. Like, Hi-Fi Rush or The Wandering Tower, just to name a couple potentially. I don't think Avowed is this year. I think Forza Motorsport will be exactly what simulation racers want. And, the long dev time in that game will probably go to work wonders, at least hopefully. I think it's going to look incredible. I think people are going to be really happy with that. Arcane's never disappointed. So I'm looking at the games that Xbox is going to put out, and I think they're all going to be extremely good games. It's just, it's just like people, it's just one of those things where I understand what it's like, because I've lost faith in other things in my life as well. Like, at one point, I was very religious and not, and very religious and not. Like, I understand, like, when you truly despair and when you truly, like, just, you look at that person or that company and you're like, look at them. Like, they can't do anything right? You feel that, like, that anger within you, or that resentment. Like, I've been there. I felt that. I know what that's like. So I understand. Trust me, I get it. I get why people out there are like, listen, I think Starfield's going to be delayed. I get why you would think that. I get why people don't. I get why people don't have faith in Xbox right now, 100%. Because I was disappointed. with this past year. I was disappointed with the games, them not showing up at the showcase, but it was just like, all right, well, time to move on. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. So I don't know. I feel like I said, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe next year is gonna be shit. But I mean, do you want me to come out here and lie to you and say it's gonna be shit when I feel like it's actually gonna be good? I don't know what people want me to say.
Nah. I think when you actually look at it on paper, like even the most negative person about Xbox, there's a lot to be positive about, Like even if you make the assumption that they won't hit all their beats, there's still a ton of third party stuff to look forward to. Like I don't really care if a game's exclusive. I wouldn't even be bothered if Starfield was going on PlayStation. I'm not someone who cares where a game is at the end of the day. But it kind of feels like it almost feels like a 360. I'm getting 360 nostalgia from next year, purely on the basis of Todd Howard. Not only am I getting a new Todd Howard game, I'm getting a new Diablo game. These are the kind of franchises, and I know Starfield's not a franchise yet, but it's like I'd still associate it with Elder Scrolls and Fallout. It's that kind of feeling. The first time I saw the Fallout 3 trailer, I was beside myself. I was like, oh my God, this is going to be the best game ever made. And, I'm starting to get that sort of hopium about it. And I think like, as you get older, the sort of the disappointments kind of stack up, and it can kind of infect your positivity around all sorts of things,
Yeah.
I kind of like, I see this all the time with people who are a little bit older, and they've had all these disappointments in with their preferred hobbies and stuff like that, or even like anything at the end of the day. And obviously like gaming is it's a hobby at the end of the day. It's not the be all and end all. Like the people who get really pissed off about it and send people death threats and get really into this stuff, and they actively spend time embroiled in hatred over console wars. Like that's when you've slipped off the deep end. You've gone too far, But they're like, just when you step back, even if you are super negative about Xbox in general, or
like
gaming in general. Like who?
Like Gaz, who's in chat right now, the Xbox trader serving his Xbox
the
exile.
Xbox trader.
Yeah. He's never said a positive thing about Xbox ever. Just so negative, man. Bro. He's
so negative.
He just hates, and he's just a hater. He's an Xbox hater.
Yeah. Yeah. I suppose it is what it is. He's got to do his penance. He's got to do his Xbox penance.
You got to do the Xbox penance if you want to be back in the Xbox good graces.
Yeah, indeed. Like Rand had to do his penance. Remember your little crackdown meltdown
there? Yeah. I've said a lot of things. Definitely pissed off a lot of people about a lot of stuff at Xbox about a lot of different things.
I don't know.
There's a comment I had marked right here I wanted to read. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Wait, what? I lost it again. Oh, Steven. Because this is a very valid thing. He says, I appreciate that, Rand, but I don't like investing in something and consistently having promises broken or under-delivered on. My money and time are important to me, and I wish they were important to Xbox.
I mean, that's a great point. At the 100%. End of the day, they are taking our money, and they are taking our money and our time. At the end of the day, they're a business, and there's being a fan and treating it like a hobby, but there's also comes a point where it's like, yeah, well, I'm giving you loads of money. And that's when, when there's money involved, the emotions become more intense, And this is like if you study, how cults work, they always want to take a bit of money, And there's like then it gets like this sunk cost fallacy where you think like, now I've invested a little bit now, I need to invest a little bit more. It's kind of like almost like gambling, You invest a little bit into gambling, you lose a bit, and then you win a little bit, and it's like, oh well, I can't stop now, I'm ahead. Xbox kind of, depending on what your personal purchasing power is like, that's something that can be a factor, And I think like Xbox has really pushed the limits with some people about how much people are willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I think that's completely fine and dandy. I think that's completely fair. But I think there is just so many great reasons to sort of put down the sort of fears about next year. And it sounds like a broken record almost, because I feel like we've said this a million times before, but I genuinely think next year's the year. I'm laughing as I say it because Microsoft's put us in this position where it feels like we've been saying it year in, year out, blah 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 blah. But things are different now. It's not like we have a pandemic every year, which is affecting things like that. And now it's well in the sort of pandemic crease where we had like a year. We had like a few years where it was like everything was just negatively impacted by the pandemic. We definitively outside of that sphere now, and hopefully that means the good times are going to roll. And you can feel it not just in Xbox but like the whole industry. The fact that there's like so many games releasing next year, that's not a coincidence. That's just the pandemic being over. And all of a sudden, all these game devs are like, finishing off things that were sort of stuck in various states of disrepair because of the pandemic. It's just the fact. People don't want to admit that, but it is. It's a fact. There was disruption, and now the disruption's over. So yeah, I'm like genuinely optimistic for once.
Yeah. And you weren't
usually I can be quite negative. I can be quite negative.
We did an Xbox 2 Ultimate not that long ago, and people in the chat were like, "I've never heard Jez this negative before." Like it was, I've never heard you like that before. You were definitely extremely down.
I was projecting a little bit because I was having a lot of trouble at work, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
it's amazing how when people have personal problems, they project onto other things. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it very well could be that Xbox has a horrible 2023, and I'll be sitting here at the end of the year being like, well, guys, I was wrong. But, I do think 2023 is going to be pretty damn fucking awesome. I think Starfield will release before June. See, I'm gonna say I don't waffle. Unless new information comes my way, by the way. Like, unless I learn behind the scenes that Starfield's being delayed, then I will be like, I think Starfield's getting delayed. New information means new predictions. And, I change my position on stuff when new things come my way. So, like, yeah, that's my flag I'm planting. I think Starfield releases before June. I think it's really good.
Let's do a bet.
Okay.
Should we do a bet?
What sort of bet would you like?
Let's do a $10 bet.
Okay.
Let's do. You bet that Starfield's releasing the first half of 2023. I'll bet you it's releasing the second half of 2023.
But do you really want to bring that energy into the world?
I just think it was delayed.
Why? What reasonings can you give me for why you think it's delayed, other than like
has to be perfect? Has to be perfect.
Has to be
huge
perfect.
Game.
But it doesn't matter. But it doesn't. But didn't you listen to what I was saying before? It doesn't matter if it's perfect. People will still pick it apart because it's an Xbox game. It doesn't matter. It could be the most perfect game.
Yeah, fanboys will.
God himself could have touched Todd Howard and made the most immaculate thing ever. And
but dude, this is bigger than fanboys because you're gonna get PC gamers. You're gonna get all the big influencers playing this game on their PC. It needs to be perfect. It needs to be absolutely perfect. And there'll be some tester who comes along and he'll find some kind of game-breaking bug at the last minute, and then Phil will be like, "Yep, delay it."
Yeah, but are you saying that there's no chance of that game-breaking bug happening at the end of the year? So let's say I think it comes by June.
Personal pessimism, bro.
So you think an extra 5 months after being delayed will change it from being will give it that extra god polish, essentially.
Yeah, I think it will.
Okay,
fair enough.
Let's
bet. Bet $10.
Sure,
right here,
$10,
right now, baby.
$10.
$10. Like, put a vote in chat as well. Put a vote in chat.
You want me to have
Let's
a
see
vote?
what the people think. Yeah.
Okay.
Does it release before June or after June? Before June or after June?
All right, hold on. Let me get a vote here. Let me see. Start a poll. All
and
right.
I swear to
Will
God, this is not based on any information.
Starfield release when? Okay, I'll do when. When will Starfield release? Question mark. So what? Before or by the end of June? By end of June.
By end of June or after June?
By end of June, and then after.
After June.
After June. All right. Polls out there. Let your voice be heard. See where this poll lands. I'd be very interested to see where this poll lands. You know? And, you know, honestly, I think after June will probably win because I don't think a lot of people, you know, think that they can hit that date. Because all of Bethesda's releases so far have all needed essentially almost 1 year delays. I mean, hell, even some Xbox's games. Halo Infinite needed a year delay. Probably should have been delayed 2 years.
I've got news about Halo Infinite.
Oh, you got news about Halo. Okay, drop it. Let's see. Drop it. Before I read these super chats that are piling up.
It's about the engine.
Oh, geez. Are we doing this again? What, the Unreal Engine 5 thing? Are we really doing this again? What now about it? The fact that you're bringing it back up, what's going on now? Jesus, I thought this whole saga has been over. What's up?
I thought it was over too.
What's up with Halo Infinite?
I think it's true again.
It's true?
Yeah, I think it might actually be changing engine.
So you think it might actually be switching to Unreal Engine 5?
Yeah, but I don't know for sure. But oh man, do you know this is sort of like my Moby Dick rumor right now.
Yeah,
This is my kind of like this is the one rumor that I can't lock down. That's sort of like it's keeping me awake at night because I don't know, Rand. You know, before I said what did I say before? I said I thought like there were internal discussions about it, and that some people had interpreted that as that it's definitely happening. Well, and that's how it sort of slipped out. I think Sean, what's his name? Sean W on YouTube was the initial person who said this. But I don't know, man. Lately, I'm starting to hear things again that it could be true. But man, I can't lock it down, man.
Jesus.
Can't lock it down. I'm like,
this is gonna,
Ghostbuster.
You already know this is gonna be Sloth, right? Like, in 10 minutes, Sloth will have a tweet out being like, Jez Corden hearing rumors about Halo Infinite switching to Unreal Engine 5, and then you're gonna have the people that never believed it in the first place come and be like, Jez doesn't know shit. Just never knows anything, you know. Like I
don't know shit about this. Like this is like
the rumor that just won't die. Essentially,
it's a rumor that won't die. Like I just heard about it again, and now I'm like, oh man, could it really be true? Could it really be true? You know, because it's the rumor that won't go away for me. So I kind of like when I was saying this, I was imagining like Ghostbusters popped in my head. You know, and they got the ghost trap and they slam it down and they're trying to suck the ghost into the trap. That's like, yeah, this room is like my ghost that won't go in the trap. It's like I'm really struggling to lock this one down. But, you know, I kind of think like, man.
Maybe we should get true insiders like Tom Henderson or the Grubster on this. They would flush it out. You know,
not a fake insider like me, right?
Not like Jez Corden or Special Nick.
Oh my god, you do not.
I mean, what have you ever leaked? What have you ever gotten right, anyways?
I don't know, man. I got my candle.
That is true. Your Diablo candle. Even though you said it was coming in April, you got the candle though. So I got the candle. And who told you it was June?
Can't remember.
Me.
Some asshole.
Me.
Oh yeah, it was you.
It was me.
Yeah. Oh, hang on a sec. I thought you weren't an insider, Rand.
I'm not. I just talk to people who know stuff.
Dude, that is literally what being an insider is.
No, that's not what that means.
Damn it. Yeah, it is.
No, it doesn't.
Dude, like, What is being an insider then?
You're on the inside, bro, and I'm not.
No, that's not what being an insider is. If people give you accurate information because they're on the inside, that makes you an insider, does it not?
I'm not. I'm not Randall Insider. I'm not. I even.
Well, you just openly admitted that you were the source of my dream.
I'm not. There is even a Reset Era thread where it was like Jez Corden and Randall Thor confirm Xbox showcase in January, February, and I literally went into that thread and was like, I'm a nobody. I'm not an insider. Why am I being used as a source? And the guy was like, oh, okay, do you want me to remove your name from the title? And I'm like, yes. So then it just said Jez Corden confirms. And then I was like, well, a lot of people in this...
great. That's great. So if that's wrong now, you've absolved yourself of responsibility.
So then I was like, a lot of people were like, attacking you. And I was just like, you should probably just close this thread because people are mean to Jez. So then I closed the thread. So,
good.
But people take you seriously. People take you because you write for Windows Central. Who am I? I'm nobody. I'm not like Gaz who dropped that, Fablehead engine problems months and months ago when, Gazelle Insider, right? Or Game on Gaz or Gaz on whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Game on Daily, Insider on Daily, Game on Insider.
Yeah. Gaz wasn't off the mark there either, by the way.
The what?
Gaz was not off the mark with that comment.
Probably not, no.
No.
Forza Tech is probably not. Wasn't an engine built to originally make RPGs and action RPGs. It was an engine made for racing games.
Yeah, so Gaz was... People might have attacked Gaz over that, but he was not off the mark with regards to that comment. From what I've heard. But anyway.
If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe so we can get to 100,000.
Especially since really Rand just confirmed that he is.
I am not. I keep on. I will deny this till the end of days. Deny it. Deny it. Deny it.
Good movie. Underrated.
Yes. So let's.
That movie. End of Days.
End of Days. I really like that movie. I did. Haven't seen it in quite some time, but let me get through a lot of these super chats. They've kind of been piling up because we were just going on and on about how we feel about Xbox in 2023. You guys like the thumbnails Jez has been making for the show for YouTube? Last week with his facepalm epic moment, epic fail. This week with was it Big Ben in the thumbnail? You guys like the thumbnails?
Xbox clock.
Instead of just like the standard thing I've been using forever, See, THX says Steam Deck has an AMD APU with Zen 2 and RDNA 2. It's like an Xbox Series S Lite while running games at 60 FPS. Supports last gen games great.
Yeah, it really does.
I know that's like what people want is people want Xbox to make a handheld that's basically a Series S, like a Series S handheld.
That's the holy grail.
Yeah,
that is the holy grail. And I don't know why they don't do it.
We'll see. Highlander says FTC and Microsoft have the first court date on Tuesday. Indeed, January 3rd, the first kind of court date for, I don't know, like their meeting. And I think we're also might find out what the European Commission as well as the CMA, their initial findings for Phase 2 this month as well. So, I mean, it could come out and it could be like European Commission and the CMA are blocking it. And that would probably put Xbox and Microsoft in a bad position. But if
that'll be over.
Yeah, it'll be over. If they both pass it, it'll probably go through eventually.
If they both pass it, that'll make the FTC's position untenable. Yeah. But if they both block it, I think it's probably over.
Chase says, "What's going on with contraband from Avalanche?" Yeah, Jez, what's going on with Project Typhoon?
Project Typhoon, I haven't heard a damn thing about it. I haven't heard anything about it, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing at this point. I'll try and dig for something, but I'm not optimistic about getting information on that game at the minute. Hopefully, we see it soon because this game was originally targeting like a 2022 launch date, I think.
I thought it was a 2021 launch date. Originally,
was it?
Originally, like back.
Yeah, so before the pandemic, this was targeting 2021 launch date.
So you can see how things got screwed up.
Yeah, so that is one game that was devastated by the pandemic. So yeah, I would give with that in mind, you would want to hope that maybe it was nearing a presentable state, but at the same time, it's kind of like it's a unique kind of game, right? So part of me wonders, like, have they maybe, and this is based on nothing but speculation, so don't leak take this as something you can make an article out of. But like based on literally nothing, like it sounds like a unique kind of game, and it makes me wonder if like they were kind of like, actually maybe this is the wrong direction. Maybe we need to add more stuff to it. Maybe we need to add more features, because this is a service game. Like Contraband is supposed to be a service game. Like it was supposed to have social hubs. It was supposed to have like a persistent online presence kind of thing, from what I understand. At least in the original plan for the game. Look, maybe they decided that was too ambitious. Maybe it's become more complicated than they expected. You just don't know. It's so like because Microsoft announced the game, but then has been pretty much radio silence on it since. We don't know what kind of stuff is going on behind the scenes. So we just have to wait. We just have to wait till either there's a credible leak from a trusted source, or we actually get something concrete about it, I guess.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. We have Space Dovakin with Microsoft already went through this with Windows. See, these are from a while back. Our buddy Sin Vendetta says, "Hey, Happy New Year, Rand and Jez. I wish you boys nothing but success in 2023. Looking forward to seeing you, Rand, finally reach 100,000 subscribers this year. Here's to a great year. Cheers." Oh, man, thanks, Sin. Awesome. Hopefully you're still here listening. Really appreciate you. Danny Passion Official says, "Happy 2023. Hit the like button. Chat, please. Indeed." I think we have over 1,200 people watching live on New Year's Day. If you join the show, hit the like button and subscribe if you're new. Don Derrickson says, "Happy New Year, Rand and Jez. What's the minimum time between Xbox announcing a release date for a AAA first-party game and releasing the game?"
That's a trivia question.
3 months? 4 months, maybe? I think. You don't really need that much time anymore to,
What was it for Fallout 4? It was like 6 months, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like June to November, right? So 5 months really.
That was like the biggest flex ever. I love that so much.
Yeah, that was a good flex. What if Xbox? I think we talked about this on the Xbox 2+1 with Lord Cognito, that everybody can listen to right now if you want to at patreon.com/XB2. But I kind of jokingly said, what if Xbox shadow dropped Starfield at the Xbox Game Showcase? Where like the last thing is Todd Howard, and they're showing off Starfield again, and people are like, really, ending with Starfield again? But then Todd Howard's like, listen, I know everybody wants to know when they can play Starfield, and I'm happy to say that you can play it right now, baby. Go ahead, download it, play it on PC and Xbox and Game Pass. It's available to everybody, and confetti and balloons fall from the ceiling, right? Like,
wouldn't Xbox Live crash?
What do you think? How realistic is that scenario? Starfield being shadow dropped at the game showcase. One of the biggest new games ever in the history of Xbox. Certainly, probably the biggest since the OG Halo, definitely bigger than Gears of War, and they just shadow drop it. Like, wouldn't that be just like completely unrealistic?
Or is it?
I mean, I think 3 to 4 months. You don't in this day and age, you really don't need that much lead time to announce a release date, and you look at PlayStation, they've been essentially anywhere between 3 to 6 months. So, I guess I'll ask you, Jez, do you believe that there is a showcase sometime at the end of this month or early February? Are you still believing in that rumor? Do you still think it's happening?
Oh man, I mean, I do think there's going to be something in the first quarter. There's too much, but this is another one of them sort of ghost trap kind of things where it's like I can't lock it down with a document. It's not like my
Redfall thing.
the Redfall thing or the Diablo candle thing. Like this is
you're just gonna go to your grave being like, I said the Diablo candle.
Yeah. Well, I was just that was so funny because I was like, what the hell, candle? What the hell is this? Trying to think, I didn't know what the hell it was. But anyway, like this isn't something I have like 100% definitive information on, which is why I haven't done a full blown report on it. It's just something we've discussed as a rumor here. It's sort of like a rumor mill kind of topic. But yeah, I personally think it's going to happen. I don't think it's a coincidence that Aaron Greenberg said you wouldn't have to wait long for like information, and there's also like other whisperings and murmurings like from too many different random places. Yeah. So yeah, I still believe it. There's going to be something in Q1 somewhere.
Yeah. And that would be the time where you would be like, all right, well, here's when Redfall's launching, here's when Forza's launching, here's when Minecraft's launching, here's the release date for Starfield. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Done and done.
Yeah, boom, boom, boom. The Xbox Direct kind of thing. Maybe with like some more new gameplay footage, gameplay trailers, walkthrough information kind of thing.
Because I would imagine if you do the show, because I've been thinking it'd be end of January, early February, because then
Valentine's Day.
What? Groundhog Day?
Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, because then they're going to have to do another show in June for E3, right? I was just thinking, well, you would imagine the teams would know by February if they're actually going to hit the dates that they probably had internally projected, right? Like, you would think the team at Bethesda would know by February if Starfield can release by whatever day they were targeting, And if not, then, okay, I will say if they delay Starfield again, like if you go into the showcase and they delay it and they're like holiday 2023, they're gonna get killed by journalists. They're gonna get killed by a lot of people, But that's what happens. Let's see. Luke says, "Will Xbox go back to in-person E3 shows? They were so much more enjoyable. The crowd reaction to Back and Pat and Keanu Reeves was incredible. I think they will because E3 is in person again, right?"
Yes, it is, and it's being handled by what are they called now? The ReedPop, the PAX people, the company that run PAX are now in charge of E3. So yeah, we should see a return to form for E3 this year, I think.
Yeah, so I do think
the mask mandates are pretty much dropped, much everywhere except China at this point.
I do think Xbox will have a live show again. I mean, I already know people in the community who have like booked flights and booked hotels. Thinking that there is going to be some sort of, whether it's a live show or like a viewing experience. Like people are like, I know people who legit have done that. And like, I'm thinking about like, hey, I want to go to E3. I love my time in 2016. So yes, I do think there'll be an in-person show.
I want to go, but
Phil's talked about it. Phil's talked about how much he loves those in-person shows and how much energy the fans bring to everything, which is why I almost feel like they're not going to do a 12-month thing again. Because like I almost feel like that's just a one-off, and they'll go back to like announcing new stuff again, and the fans will really be into it and stuff. So
shit. Yeah. Sorry, for everyone listening, I just headbutted the mic by mistake. Sorry
jeez. Chinook Guy says, "Speaking of Roblox, for such a big game, I'm surprised it's only on Xbox consoles." Yeah, it's still only an Xbox, and it breaks in a lot of money, and it's always one of like the top 5 most played games on Xbox. There has to be a reason why it's not on PlayStation. I don't know what the reason is though.
Yeah, this Roblox is a question mark for me. Like, is it actually exclusive, or does the Roblox dev just not care about console much because it's a mobile game, really? It's really big on mobile. It's really big on PC. It can run a potato.
When my nephew was here, my nephew loves Roblox. When he was here,
does he play it on Xbox or does he play on his phone?
He plays on his tablet. He does. I gave him my Xbox One S, so he will play on his Xbox at home. But when he was here, he's playing on his tablet. So I gave him $100. I'm like, here's $100 Roblox or whatever, and he spent that in like 3 days. So for Christmas,
oh my god,
I bought 2 $100 codes for Roblox, and I gave them to my brother, and then he gave them to my nephew, and I was like, here's $200 in Roblox money. Let him buy whatever he wants, because he loves that game.
Oh my god! What do you even buy in Roblox?
A lot of cosmetic stuff, a lot of just like weird stuff that you can just buy a lot of things in it. So,
are you like a Roblox expert now?
I mean, trust me, like my nephew, he's like, Uncle Matt, come watch me play Roblox. So I like sit on the couch with him and he'll like show me his game. He's really big into trains, so he plays a lot of Roblox games with a lot of trains in them and stuff. And then he'll just like, he'll like go into the menu, like, I'm gonna buy this and buy this, right? So
bless him.
He showed me a lot of Roblox stuff. Let's see, we got MechLord saying IDOS on Era predicts that the CMA approves with no conditions. The CMA have only blocked one big tech merger, which was the Meta Giphy. They've had 6 recent cases where their Phase 2 findings were 180 degree from Phase 1. Yeah. I mean, I sort of think the CMA and the European Commission will pass it. So, and Microsoft really needs it.
Wait long to find out.
And it definitely would be a 180 because the CMA was all like, Sony. So we'll see. We don't have to wait long. Mr. Two Opinion has said Scalebound had more fans after it was canceled. From a real fan. Indeed it did. Leaky Hum says Grubb said Hi-Fi Rush will be at the Xbox show. Thoughts? Indeed.
So Grubb confirmed the Xbox show by proxy?
We talked about this during the Xbox 2+1.
Oh, we did?
On Tuesday with Lord Cognito.
You
don't remember, but you know me. You know me. I remember everything.
That was a long time ago, man.
So during Grubb's appearance on Xbox Era with Special Nick, he basically said he doesn't know what people are saying about the Xbox showcase in Q1 or whatever, but he does know, or he said he's heard that there is one, and that one of the games that's going to be revealed is a new first-party game, and that it was the Tango Gameworks game, which we had talked about on that show where it was a Hi-Fi Rush, which leaked on Reddit, which is like a rhythm brawler with a Jet Set Radio future art style that was targeting fall 2023 release for Series X and S only. But Grubb said that the game was kind of Pentiment level, or like not like, doesn't sound like it's Ghostwire Tokyo level, but it's a smaller project from which we knew like Tango was working on. So we knew they were working on.
Yeah, Tango. Like, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but Tango was set up to be an incubator as like an educational hub for training new game developers. And like The Evil Within was kind of like one of those projects sort of to put the company on the map or something. But Ghostwire Tokyo is a little bit more representative of, the sort of training stuff they want to do or something. Like, I read about it and I don't really know that well off the top of my head. So honestly, like going forward, I'm kind of expecting smaller games from Tango in general, to be honest.
Hopefully, Mikami gets like one big like masterpiece he can make before kind of retiring, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Tango's big enough to really make those kind of games anymore.
No, I don't know. I mean, they did just put out Ghostwire Tokyo, so.
But it's not a huge game either.
No, I mean, I haven't played it, and I think most people forgot about that game. But that game should be hitting Xbox in March or early April, depending on when they want to release it.
Yeah, I was not super impressed with that game.
Travis O'Leary says, grinding XP in an RPG to level up with a good podcast. It's cozy vibes. Well, thank you. Yeah. Rick Gaffney says, Happy New Year, fellas. Just want to say thank you for everything you do and the community you've created here. Hope 2023 is a happy, healthy one for all in the chat. Happy gaming this year, guys. Thank you, Rick, for your support. And yes, hopefully everybody has a great 2023 in chat. Most importantly, Xbox, so I can be proven right and win my $10 bet, which, by the way, the poll's been up for a bit. And, wow, I'm shocked. 52% say Starfield will release by the end of June, with 48% saying after June, with 565 votes. Jez.
That's the cursed Brexit vote.
51-48 with 565 votes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people just sort of feel like it could go either way.
Yeah,
It's
it
an
definitely.
interesting bet to have, and I'll have to give you $10.
Yes.
What can you buy with $10 in Chicago?
Not much. Not much at all. I don't think it even gets you parking. Everything's so
No?
expensive, bro. Everything's so expensive
Oh,
downtown. Maybe
damn.
get you a couple gallons of gas.
Oh.
Fire Shadow says, "Hey Legends, do we have a date for the showcase yet?" No, we do not. We don't even know if it's real. You know, like it's not like it's been confirmed or revealed. Yes, I'm looking at you, Colt Eastwood, in your title for your video. Did you see Colt's video? Xbox reveals new game showcase and new exclusives. Xbox hasn't said shit. They certainly didn't reveal anything, Colt. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Colt? What are you doing? Clickbait.
Love it.
Let's see. We got Everyday Porch saying, "My fave podcast. Please keep doing what you're doing." We will keep on doing what we're doing. That is for damn sure.
Hell yeah.
We love doing the show. We're almost at 250 episodes, by the way. This was episode 248.
Damn.
2 more to go to 250. That's a big milestone. We should do something to celebrate for that.
Yeah. Maybe we should give away a console or something.
Console? Oh. Like a Series X or a Series S, or give away like an Xbox One or something?
Xbox One? Who wants that?
Give away a Steam Deck, since you're all about the Steam Deck these days. Hey, tune into the Xbox 2 to win a Steam Deck.
Yeah, well, we do have the new giveaways channel on Discord.
We do have the giveaways channel on Discord. Yes, I did see that.
We do.
Cade Forever says, "Jez, have you heard anything from Rare on Everwild?"
Nope. Not a peep.
Yeah.
Not a damn thing.
Good old Collingwood says, "Jez, what if Starfield is delayed, but you get a leak that it was ready in Q1 2023 and it was delayed for the Game Awards? Do you release the leak?"
Yeah. If I get information, hard information on Starfield's launch date, I will post it. It's my job. It's my job, baby. So yeah, I will. But I don't have that information at present. I'm merely betting with Rand that it won't launch before the second half of the year. But who knows? Who knows? I'll be right. You'll have to tune in 6 months to find out.
Let me ask you this question. If you get information, say in a month, say the showcase hasn't happened yet, right? But you get information, hard verifiable evidence of what Starfield's release date is. And you don't think anybody else has that info. You don't think anybody else is going to leak it. Do you leak it? Starfield's release date. Okay, you would?
Yes.
Well, what if you find out the week before the showcase and they're going to reveal the date at the showcase? Would you hold it until so they can?
Nope. Not in this economy.
So what you're saying is, if you get anything, you're
I'm not gonna leak information and stuff like that. But the game, people already know the game. You know, I don't think the number, the day that it's coming out is particularly hype inducing. So,
okay.
You know, unless it's something like it's gonna shadow drop at the show, you know, that'd be a cool surprise. Then yeah, I wouldn't spoil that. But just the date, yeah, I ain't holding that back in this economy, baby.
All right, fair enough. So I guess either hope that Jez either gets the information or doesn't get it. I guess if you want to know or don't want to know, I suppose.
Everyone's going to find out eventually. I might as well save my job for a few months.
Raul says, Randall Outsider and drops a very generous $50 super chat and says, "Happy New Year, Rand and Jez. I appreciate both of you for all you do for the Xbox community. I have to go to work or else I'd stay and watch." Well, thank you very much for your support.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, it means a lot. Robin on 202 says, "I need Jez not to put that type of pressure on SF. No game is perfect. If it has a couple of funny bugs, it'll be all right. God of War Ragnarok was." I guess he means Starfield, so yeah.
Starfield. It's all right by me. Like, I don't care if it's perfect or not. But I just like, I know that they want to avoid a Cyberpunk situation, you know, where they have to sort of wait for, you know, 2 years of updates and a Netflix show to make the game profitable. They don't want to be in that situation with Starfield, and they've got to know that. They've got to know that Bethesda kind of has this reputation for buggy games as well, which maybe gives them a little bit of leeway. Maybe they can get away with a little bit of rough edges and stuff. But I think like they want to avoid any game breaking, stuff, because they got a target on their back. Microsoft has a target on their back, and the last thing they'll want to do is sort of pass that target on to Bethesda and there are other developers, frankly, and they kind of do. Like developing for a platform is completely different to being a developer for a third party, because there is an extra layer of pressure. I think Todd Howard even spoke about that in an interview. There's this pressure that like Bethesda has to save Xbox at the minute, with the core community, rightly or wrongly so, But for me personally, I don't care if it's a little bit buggy. I'm happy to play buggy games, I gave Cyberpunk 10 out of 10 at launch, by the way. You
sure did. You and the yellow chair brigade,
Yeah, I never got a yellow chair. Sadly. Damn, so I gave it 10 out of 10 for nothing. I even had to buy my own collector's edition. Oh God!
Imagine that. I'm sorry.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Tyson says,
I buy my own shit.
Tyson says Starfield. Yeah, considering you bought a 10-foot tall Diablo 4 statue.
Yeah.
Tyson said Starfield gameplay was an early 2022 build, so if it releases in June, that's another 1.5 years of polish on top of what they already have done. I mean,
it's a big game.
The press briefing before E3 this past year, Todd literally said that they were putting the finishing touches on the game. So I mean,
yeah, but it's it's Todd Howard.
Yeah,
and Todd Howard has a.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's Todd. That's it's Todd Howard. B, big ass game. Yes. So like when Todd's saying like we're putting the finishing touches on it, is completely different to like Sega saying we're putting the finishing touches on Sonic Frontiers or something. But Bethesda operate on a different scale to like most games, so. A polish cycle for Starfield is going to look a lot different to a polish cycle for a lot of other games. But yeah, again, I guess we'll wait and see.
We got Painful Discourse who says, chance of a Gears 1 through 3 or Halo 5 on PC or Quake 2 on Xbox. I mean, I think they've moved away from, I think they've kind of said, I could be wrong on this, but I don't think there's any chance Halo 5 comes to PC. As for Gears 1 through 3, I mean... Special Nick says it's going to happen, right?
Yeah, he did say that.
But
the thing is, like, when you make predictions like that across a long enough timeline, maybe in 10 years we get a Gears collection.
Possibly.
It's not in development right now.
When are we going to see Gears 6? What do you think? This year? 2024? 2025? When do you think the Coalition reveals that game?
It's kind of like... I suppose it comes back to what Microsoft's current marketing strategy is. Do they want to be more... Do they want to announce games that are further out now, or do they want to stick to this 12-month cadence thing? I don't think Gears 6 is launching next year. I expect Gears 6 will probably launch 2025, maybe 2026. God, hopefully not 26. 25 though. I would expect it then. So maybe we see it next year. But then again, maybe they could just announce it. But I think, like, as well, it's kind of like... Because I think Gears 6 is going to be... I think Gears 6 is going to be a leap for the franchise. And that's not based on any leak. It's just based on the fact that they're so quiet. And they were exploring new things with the most recent game. Like, Gears 5 was almost like an exploratory Gears. Where they were trying loads of different things. Seeing what... throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, right? They did that a lot with Gears 5. And I feel like Gears 6 is going to refine on some of that stuff. Like, they're going to be like, what are we going to do with the open world stuff? We're going to double down on the sort of soft RPG mechanics that with Jack, and the upgrade system and all that kind of stuff. So, like, I'm expecting Gears 6 will be like it's not something you'll probably announce with a teaser. It's going to be more something like, welcome to the new Gears kind of thing, So that's kind of what I'm expecting for Gears. And I think, like, if you're having that kind of announcement cycle for it, you'll probably want to announce. You'll probably want to have more to show than just a teaser. I don't think you announce Gears 6 with just a teaser. I think it's got to be like a teaser, CGI, and then into a gameplay sort of thing. So maybe we see that closer to launch. So maybe next year.
I mean, Gears was revealed for the first time in 2018 and came out in 2019. We're entering 2023, so
yeah, I think 2024 announced for Gears and then 2025 launch.
Okay.
That's
let's see. Nate92 says releasing community dev tools and then changing engines sounds idiotic. 343 is probably doing it.
Well, I mean that's certainly a take. Some of the stuff I've heard about this whole engine thing with Halo is like really wild. Like I've heard that like they've translated the engine or something to Unreal, so it's not like they're redeveloping it. But again, it's kind of like, what do you believe? Because a lot of this stuff, a lot of the rumors that I've got about this are so like part of the difficulty is like it's really technical, and I don't really understand it. Some of it stuff, but man, I've heard they've already got Forge running on Unreal Engine. I don't know if that's true or not because I haven't seen it myself. It's just something I've heard, and recently it's like this rumor just won't go away. It won't die. It won't die.
It sounds like Has there ever been a game that has shifted to a different engine during the middle of? I can't think of one. I just, bro, you're on an island on your own.
Yeah, but this is Microsoft we're talking about. They do crazy shit like this.
I mean,
and they're very close to Epic.
They do got a new leadership at 343 and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They made Slip Space's engine architect redundant, you know. And man, I just don't even know.
Sometimes
I don't even know.
It's gonna be one of those things where it's not true, and sometimes it's just like best to just not say anything. Just, you know.
Yeah, well, it's content.
Yeah. Well, it's not like you're gonna be writing an article on Windows Central about it, right?
No, I'm not writing an article about this because I just don't have anything concrete. So this is just like podcast content. But like, you know, if it ends up being true, you heard it first, kind of thing.
Well, technically, you heard it from what's his face, Sean W. first. But yeah.
Oh well, yeah. I guess.
Dead Planet says waiting until February to preview 2023 is so Xbox. I mean, yeah. I mean, I like if this is the year where they finally start doing multiple shows and start doing more and more of that, then it's like, all right, finally, like you should have, like you need to, because you got so much that it's like. Sometimes I feel like Xbox doesn't. Sometimes I feel that Xbox doesn't showcase their games like they kind of just like they just come out and it's like. I don't know. Like I feel like Redfall should get its own presentation. I feel Starfield definitely should. I think Forza should. I think Hellblade. Like each one of their games should have like an individual 20 to 30 minute thing to make it seem like they're huge games. Like they're special. I mean, how many times have we seen Final Fantasy 16 already? Or you know, all the third parties like they do these sort of things. Granted, it's because they got to sell these games. But I always feel like sometimes they don't do right by presenting these big games as an event like they should be. And maybe that's changed. They hired this team. They built this whatever Xbox Studios or whatever it is. And I think that maybe change going forward. It's like because Starfield needs that. Right? It needs to be like presented as the next big thing because it is the next big thing. Yeah. So like there needs to be like a 40-minute showcase about everything going on in Starfield, and you need to do that for your other big games as well. I don't know. I've been saying that for a while.
It almost feels like they're shy. Almost. It's weird to say, but.
I don't know if they're shy, but I mean, you know, that's just my opinion. I mean, you could disagree. People in chat could disagree, or people elsewhere can disagree. But I would love to see more of stuff. Because they deserve it. Hellblade 2 deserves it. Avowed deserves it. Redfall deserves it. Starfield deserves it. You got to treat these games like the big games that they are. Showcase them, you know? Jastrom says, how cool would a Starfield Super Bowl commercial be? That would be pretty cool.
When is the Super Bowl?
I want to say the Super Bowl's early February. Let me look. Let me Google this. Google. Let's see. Starfield. Super Bowl. It is Sunday, February 12th. How cool would it be if that's when they reveal the release date for Starfield? Everybody's watching the Super Bowl. You have this incredible trailer, and then it says June 15th or something.
Yeah. I can get behind that.
That'd be cool.
That's pretty cool.
I'd be down for that. Humongous says, Happy New Year, fellas. Any news on my friend Peppa Pig 2? That'd be all of it. Yeah. Do you ever hear anything about Peppa Pig 2?
It's announced. Did you not see the announcement? Yeah, it's announced. Peppa Pig 2 is coming next year. They said something like following the massive success of Peppa Pig 1.
Jesus.
Game of the year.
Massive success, though.
Massive success. You haven't even played it. You can't even comment, bro.
I know. Leaky Hum says, Killer Instinct and Banjo-Kazooie got anniversaries next year. Will we get sequels?
No.
I think we'll get a remake of Banjo-Kazooie.
A remake?
At some point in time. I don't think we'll... are we saying we're going to get Banjo 3E or 4E or whichever one they're on? Which one are they on? Are they on 3 or 4?
3.
Well, so there's the one they made in the 360 not count as 3?
Well, that was not numbered. Wasn't that called Nuts and Bolts?
Yeah, that was called Nuts and Bolts. I just assumed that was the third one.
Nah, they're talking about 3E.
Yeah, I don't think they make a sequel, but I could see them remaking the first game. Like an actual proper remake from somebody. As far as Killer Instinct, I mean, I want Killer Instinct 2 to return. It needs to return. But I don't just know if there's any free devs to make it, unfortunately. We'll see. Let's see, what else? You know what? Let's talk about Jim Ryan versus Game Pass, shall we, Jez? Because we didn't talk about this last podcast. Jim Lion Ryan. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we call him Lion. I love it. Because this was broken by Tom Henderson over at his new website, Insider Gaming, that Sony doesn't view Xbox Game Pass as competition, sources claim, which is odd because they've been crying to the regulators, anybody that would listen, that Game Pass is bigger than PlayStation Plus, that they can't compete with Game Pass, that Game Pass is the leader of the subscription market, and all these things that they've been constantly saying to the CMA or the FTC or the European Commission about Game Pass. But you know what he's saying behind closed doors? He's saying that Xbox ain't shit. That's what he's saying.
Right.
So he says it's been claimed by Insider Gaming sources that Jim Ryan, CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, has implied that the company doesn't view Game Pass as competition, despite the company expressing concerns about Microsoft's proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard. One source who wishes to remain anonymous because they couldn't speak about their knowledge of the information publicly has said that Jim Ryan had an employee Q&A earlier this month in December where he talked about market competition. In a response to a question about Xbox Game Pass, Jim Ryan reportedly said that, quote, "When we consider Game Pass, it seems to be getting lower. When we consider Game Pass, we've sold more PS5s in 2 years than they've gathered subscribers, and they've been doing that for 6 to 7 years." And then said, "We're just shy of 50 million subscribers, and they are in the low 20s, but there's more work to do to grow that number." Interesting, because Jim Ryan and Sony have been saying that Microsoft's proposal for buying Activision Blizzard is bad for competition, bad for the gaming industry and bad for gamers themselves, and that the only solution is to block it. But yet, Jim Ryan's saying one thing to the regulators and saying one thing the opposite to the Sony employees? Huh.
Jim Ryan's kind of spectacular at putting his foot in it.
He's the best. Dude, anytime Jim Ryan speaks, it's amazing. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
He's like, he's such a suit.
He is.
And he seems super ignorant. Like, he's a really good accountant, and he's clearly a good businessman. Clearly very, very smart and what he's doing with PlayStation. But man, he doesn't half say some absolutely ridiculous dumb shit. Like, for example, like when you're in a room full of people and you're, you know, there's like a chance that there's a device that could record what you're saying. Maybe you should, you know, be a little bit careful when you're trying to convince regulators of your position on something. Because, it seems that he doesn't view Xbox Game Pass as competition.
He probably doesn't even really view Xbox as competition, let's be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, hell, they raised the price of their consoles everywhere except the US. I mean, what does that speak about how they view Xbox in general?
Yeah.
Right?
That's a really good point, actually.
The only place they view Xbox as competition is the one area they didn't raise the price of their consoles. And clearly, Sony does not view Xbox as competition. And what I think is obviously happening is that they think Xbox, by acquiring Activision Blizzard, would become way more competitive, which is something that they do not want to happen. So it's like,
are you saying that they become more competitive? Shouldn't the regulators like that?
Well,
don't regulators want competition around?
You think so? But I mean, like you said, you know, the CMA, what do they know about the video game industry? So the phase 1 findings are like, yeah, Sony's telling us this stuff and it sounds right. But if they actually investigate it, you know, like we had the person mention the super chat that I just thinks it's going to pass with no concessions. That would mean they did their due diligence and, you know, actually investigated to see if there's any merit to any of Sony's claims and Microsoft's claims. We've seen the deal passed in Brazil with no concessions. We've seen it passed in Chile with no concessions. It's passed in some other countries. So it's just a matter of, you know, European Commission, they'll do their investigative work. The FTC's mainly just worried about, this is more about sending a message to other big tech companies. Like, we're not going to let you do this. And you know, they don't even fully believe in their suit to get rid of it because they didn't file this with a federal court. It's with their own internal court. If they actually believed they had a case and that they could win it, they wouldn't go through this. This whole thing is just a holding pattern. They're trying to wait out Microsoft. They're trying to wait out and see if the other regulators block it. So then Microsoft is just basically forced to drop the case. And the FTC would be like, see, we did it. We gave the middle finger to big tech. We won. Right? They don't actually believe their stance. Like it's so bloody apparent by their filings and stuff. It's just, it's, you know, it is what it is. We'll find out soon enough. So, like, you know what I think I said before. Yeah, what I said before, I think, was what they should do, and maybe they want to do this, but if the CMA passes it, and if the European Commission passes it, and all the other regulators in the world passes it, Xbox and Microsoft should just call the FTC's bluff and be like, all right, we're closing the deal now without your approval because we don't need it. And guess what? Can
they do that?
They can rework the merger agreement to make it so the FTC they don't need the FCC's approval to close. They should call their bluff and be like, you know what? We got all the approvals we need. We don't need your approval. We're going to close this deal now. And if you feel so strongly that you can win, file that injunction with the federal court right now. or
That'd be great.
come to the table with us and negotiate, which might be one of those possibilities where, like you mentioned, if the other regulators all pass it, that might be exactly what the FTC does and be like, oh, we got concessions or some
thing about that
shit.
is Lena Khan put out an op-ed in the Washington Post, which is, by the way, owned by Amazon, who probably don't want this deal to go through either. So that's an interesting ethical argument for you there. But anyway, she put an op-ed in the Washington Post, owned by Amazon, that basically said, we don't care about concessions. We don't care. We don't negotiate on deals, blah, 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 blah. So like she's refusing to even listen to the idea of a concession. So I don't think Microsoft should. If Microsoft doesn't need the approval of the FTC, why should Microsoft, in good faith, argue with someone who has appeared to not want to argue in good faith? You know, making up markets that don't exist.
Well,
like
because
the market or the cloud gaming market.
That's a very aggressive move, because if you basically do that, you want to acquire more things in the future. The FTC would just immediately just block it on principle from the start. Try to block it, sue to block it. That's why they're trying to do the whole, peaceful approach. And Brad Smith said, we tried for peace, so it's like, I think it all hinges on the other two. It is something that they can do, but will they? Because that's a very aggressive move. Because what if the FTC is like, all right, we'll call your bluff, and we go to court and they lose? Oh, you never know. You never know what's going to happen, right? And if they lose, and if they goes to court and Microsoft loses, well,
unless Mr. Joe changes the law, and by the way, he signaled an interest in doing this, there's no legal basis to block this deal. There is none. Unless there's some kind of executive order written, and then Microsoft could, go really balls to the wall and try and take it to the Supreme Court or something. But there's no legal basis to block this deal unless the laws get changed.
Could you imagine if that happened and like Microsoft and Activision took this to the Supreme freaking Court?
I hope they do. I think it'd be hilarious. I think it'd be really, really hilarious, because this is such a miscalculation by the FTC and the Biden administration. It's such a miscalculation, and it just exudes ignorance, because their position of wanting to stop big tech consolidation is, on the face of it, a good thing, because there are consolidated markets in America, like, for example, the cable market. Broadband market is not competitive enough, which is why Americans are paying more for shittier products. So in lieu of the fact that they can't take on Comcast or some of these other companies, whatever, they're going after video games, which they don't get, and which the video games are always the bullied industry by the governments for some reason. Whether it's like they want to censor games, whether they're blaming video games for murders or stuff like that, it's always the scapegoat, because it's, for whatever reason, it's not a respected industry amongst the boomer generation. No offense, Rand.
I'm not a boomer.
It's not. What?
I'm not a boomer, bro.
Of course you are, bro.
Whatever, anyway, you millennial.
It's not a respected industry. What's your Gen Y or Gen? What is it? Gen X? Gen X, right?
What are you?
It's not really. I'm a millennial.
What's the definition of a millennial? Like, what to what?
Cool as shit.
Full of shit.
I don't know. Oh, cool as shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gen X is like the made up generation from people who don't want to be called a boomer. But anyway, it's off topic, bro. It's no matter what political spectrum people subscribe to, video games are bullied by both sides of the aisle. They're bullied by companies everywhere, by politicians the world over. Video games are scapegoated, and the Biden administration decided to use video games as their sort of, like, I don't know what you call it, their calling card, their klaxon to sort of rein in big tech, the big scary big tech. Because one of the things that they've recently had to do, which is kind of hilarious, was that Microsoft and Amazon were having this big war over who should get the contract to run the Pentagon's cloud infrastructure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft won the contract. Microsoft literally won the contract, fair and square. But then Amazon sued the FTC, or they sued someone. They sued the government, and they were like, "You guys didn't look at this properly. We believe this wasn't fairly examined. Blah blah blah. We think you should use Amazon, even though Microsoft offered them the best deal." So then this has been going on for like 2 years. Microsoft and the Pentagon and Amazon were fighting over who should get the deal and whatever. And rather than actually go with the best option, which is probably Azure, what they've done, they've gone with a multi-cloud solution to make everybody happy. So now the Pentagon's going to be running on Azure, Amazon Web Services, and Oracle's cloud platform. And which is, just hilarious. It's just an example of like when ideology beats logic, because a multi-cloud solution is not a solution. It's not a good idea. Like it's just platforms aren't interoperable by their nature when it comes to that kind of stuff. So there's a prime example of, ideology trumping logic and good instincts and good smarts and whatever. And now they're doing it with the whole gaming industry, which they clearly don't understand. They clearly don't know what they're doing. They clearly just want to use this as a bludgeon. I tweeted it out and made loads of people unhappy when I called Lisa Khan to resign. And I think she should resign. I'd double down on that right now. I think she should resign because she's shown nothing but a lack of diligence in researching her own arguments. If they believed there was a case for this, they would have taken it to federal court, as you said. And even when you factor in the cloud stuff, like I was talking about with the Pentagon, it's clear there's an ideology about big tech bad, which is superseding logic. They need to pick their battles better because their heart's in the right place. Like, it really is. Like, their heart's in the right place. Competition is absolutely the cornerstone of our entire system. The idea is that companies compete for our money, which drives prices down. When there's healthy competition, that is the promise. That is what they sell us when they make us, dedicate 2/3 of our lives to working. That's the promise they sell us, is that the competition will lift everyone up. And I'm not here to debate whether or not that's true, but that's the promise they sell us, and that's the promise that Western governments subscribe to. So, like, their heart's in the right place. They've just picked the wrong bloody battle. They've picked the wrong battle, and that's just indicative of just nothing but pure incompetence.
Mm.
And we're going to be screwed over for it. Everyone's going to be screwed over for it. Activision Blizzard's employees are going to be screwed over. Even PlayStation gamers are going to be screwed over, because I think there'll be more emphasis on trending games. There'll be more emphasis on microtransactions. There'll be more emphasis on these kind of really dirty, seedy games like Diablo Immortal. There'll be no StarCraft 2. There'll be no, spin-offs. There'll be no Crash Bandicoot, and there'll be no nostalgic games coming back. There'll be no Prototype or whatever. All these games and franchises that Microsoft has name-checked that its own studios could probably pick up and run with, none of this stuff will happen because of the ideology that these politicians who don't know a damn thing are exuding right now. Yeah, I'm tired of it, Rand.
I know.
I'm tired of it.
And
we can I do wonder, though, just to bring it back around to the original topic, I do wonder if Microsoft will, try and use some of this stuff, because from what I understand, there is a recording floating around there of Jim Ryan saying this. There's a recording floating around in certain circles. So, could this be something that could use in court? It's just funny to me, what it's going to boil down to at the end of the day, because that Sony have already had to publicly deny that they've been misleading regulators already, and I suppose it depends whether or not the regulators actually care that they're being misdirected to, or whether it is just like, block this by hook or by crook because we've staked our political reputation on it. It's completely unfair, and it probably should go to court at this point. They've picked an argument, and it probably is, it probably will have to go to court in America. I think if like the CMA, and which is an independent body, so they don't really have a political skin in the game here. They're just kind of like, they're just generally incompetent. They don't have a political angle. They're just incompetent. The European Union Commission, they probably have a labor interest about this more so than the CMA, because as pertains to Europe, there are thousands of Activision Blizzard employees in Europe, thousands, and they're going to be interested in how will this affect labor markets, because Activision Blizzard, before all of this stuff, Activision's share price was way down. They were having all sorts of problems, and they lost mountains and mountains of the monthly active users to competition from Tencent and stuff like that. League of Legends, Riot Games, and Valorant, and Overwatch was in this massive drought period, and all these games were struggling. World of Warcraft was struggling as well, and if Activision goes down because there's nowhere else for it to go, because shareholders abandon ship, that could mean job losses. And the European Commission has already criticized Activision in the past for its hire and fire practices, where it's sort of like it tries to, show shareholders that they're having a good quarter by they laid off like 800 people one year. I think, was that 2019, I want to say? They laid off 800 people. And then subsequently over the next few years, they started gradually hiring them back, because all they were doing was trying to manipulate the way they were appearing in the quarterly earnings and stuff like that, and they were like, oh, actually, we do need these staff, and they knew they needed those staff, and they started hiring them back. The European Commission criticized Bobby Kotick for this kind of stuff, and I suppose like when Microsoft comes to talk to the European Union about it, a lot of it will probably revolve around labor and not just competition. It'll probably be like, we're gonna allow for unionization. These are the benefits we're gonna give that they don't have now. That kind of stuff, So that'll probably play a factor for the European Union a little bit more than the FTC, who are only concerned with competition, right? Same as CMA, they're only really concerned with competition, and I think once they actually sit down and look at it properly, like with a legal head on, they'll actually realize it is just fine, and they'll come to the same conclusions as Brazil. I think the CMA will, but it is it's just hilarious that Jim Ryan's sort of putting out this energy of fear of like, oh god, Microsoft, big me, Microsoft's trying to screw us over, and then like privately laughing at Microsoft for the struggles of Game Pass.
I mean, he says that it's lower, which I don't know what that means. Like he's just basically like, we've sold more PlayStation in 2 years than they have subscribers, and we have 50 and they have 25, and it's like, but that's not what you've been saying to regulators. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's obviously they're gonna say whatever fits their case better with each. So, but I think Jim Ryan's true thoughts when he's speaking, because this is sort of the thing like you would expect not to leak. Xbox and PlayStation, all these companies, they have all these like all hands on meetings monthly or whatever. Sometimes you learn things from them. Sometimes things leak. Sometimes they don't. And this is like the first one that I can remember from PlayStation leaking.
Clearly, someone at PlayStation thought that was egregious. Clearly.
I don't know if they, or maybe, but sometimes you'll see stuff from Xbox leak. But I would imagine they'd be a little bit more cautious in their answers. Because they know things have leaked before. Like I remember some of the Mixer stuff leaking, like Mixer town halls and stuff. You'd imagine.
Oh, you mean with regards to employee stuff?
Well, like the only ones watching are the employees.
And,
he's got them sources.
You got the sources, bro.
But it just goes to show you that's probably Jim Ryan probably doesn't think much of Xbox. Period. And he's like, Game Pass ain't nothing. We're PlayStation all the way, baby. You know?
I mean, there's also context. I mean, what is he going to say to his employees? Like, oh God,
he could say
Game Pass is destroying us.
Well, he doesn't have to. He didn't have to say what he said. He can just say something generic. You know? I would imagine like if like someone asked Phil that question or whatever, he'd probably just give a generic answer to the employee. It's not like you have to, you know, say what you truly feel in that scenario. Because look what happened now.
Yeah, but this is Lion Jim Ryan, bro.
That is true. This is Jim Lion Ryan. This is Flying Lion Jim Saving Private Ryan. You know,
yeah,
loving it. Dance moves. I forgot the dance moves one. So, yeah, you know what? Let's take some of the questions from the Patreon people.
In the chat. Afterwards.
Yeah. So if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and please subscribe. Bright Tundra and Patreon, which you can subscribe or you can sign up to be a Patreon as well. Patreon.com/XB2. Link is in the description. He says, this is super important, guys. I absolutely have to know. What is the amount of time you will lay in bed comfortably before refusing to get up to pee? For me, it's like 10 minutes. After that, I absolutely cannot get up and will honestly hold it until morning.
Oh my God.
I didn't expect we to get this. I guess these are the type of questions people want to know. They want to know about our peeing habits when we're in bed at night.
Dude, I'm like, that's made me need the bathroom.
Yeah? You got to go to the bathroom? We've been doing this for over 3 hours.
So, I guess we'll find out. You know, how long can I hold it in?
Well, no, he's talking about bed. You know?
Yeah. I bed. Oh man, I don't know. I usually just get up straight away. As soon as I wake up, I have to get up. No, want to brush my teeth.
I mean, if I gotta go to the bathroom when I wake up, I go to the bathroom. The bathroom's like the next door. It's like basically just a couple feet away. You know? But I understand what he's saying. Like, oh, you're all nice and comfortable in bed. You don't want to get up and then ruin that. And yeah. No, if I gotta go, I get up and I go. Mythic Marty says, hey guys, hope you've had a great Christmas with your friends and family. How much damage do you think that Jim Ryan has done to Sony's ABK arguments, which with his leaked comments about Game Pass not being a competitor? If this was a court case, he might have just perjured himself. Surely the EU and the CMA have to consider all of Sony's comments could tangibly be in bad faith now.
Well, I think like probably if it does go to court, they'll probably dismiss it as sort of like unsubstantiated claims or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know, unless someone, you know, does post the voice recording, you know, and even then it's like, oh, it's a deep fake, you know, or something. So it's kind of like I don't think it'd be used unless, you know, it came up in court, and it was sort of like, is Jim Ryan really afraid of Game Pass, or is Game Pass really a threat? You know, when it was sort of like came to an analysis of actual competition, you know, because for me, Sony has shown an unwillingness to engage in that competition because they don't put their games day and date into Xbox, into PlayStation Plus. And do they do that because, you know, because they can't afford to, or because they don't want to give consumers that value? You know, I'm pretty sure they could afford to, and I'm pretty sure if they did do that, it would grow the service. Hell, if they did that with the cloud, I'd subscribe. You know, but they don't want to do it because they make so much money from the retail stuff, and then it's like, well, Microsoft can afford to do it because they've, you know, or they've got value added stuff, and they are basically the arguments become one of two things. It's either Microsoft is bleeding cash to do it, in which case, so isn't that a good thing that Microsoft's spending its cash from Office and Azure to give consumers more value? Isn't that what you want a big company to do? Or the argument is, well, it is profitable and they are giving consumers a good deal as a result. You know, so either way, consumers win in that scenario, and either way, Microsoft is the good guy. So it's kind of like, you want companies to spend their money to offer consumers a better deal. That's the whole point of, regulating competition. It's really funny. I see this argument like Microsoft can only do this because they're spending through they're spending money from their other businesses on Game Pass, and it's like, so what? So what if they are? Let them do it. I like it. It's not the own you think it is. You want them to do that. And regulators should want them to do that. But I don't know. I don't think they'll use it in the court though. I don't think, because like I say, it'll be taken as hearsay unless I don't think there's actual evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they'd use it. Paul Vitus says, for the hypothetical game showcase in early 2023, what do you think could be the one more thing at the end of the show? I don't know. I just think they would end it with Starfield. I don't think whatever this Xbox show is in early next year is going to be like an E3 level show. I don't think that. I think it's going to be like smaller, more focused on stuff that's coming out in like the next 6 months. I don't know, but with Xbox changing everything with last E3 about what they're doing, I don't know anymore. But I can't imagine this being like, here's IO Interactive's game, here's Compulsion's game, here's, the first look at Fable or something.
Okay, so I think this is going to be more of an experimental sort of their take on almost a Nintendo Direct, maybe with an after show with a host or something. But Rand, what would you like to have as a one more thing? We both agree that there probably isn't going to be a one more thing. I think it's going to be a straightforward kind of show and stuff like that. But what would you like there to be? What kind of surprise would you like them to have?
Hellblade 2, baby. First look at Hellblade 2's combat. With a date that says holiday 2023 or fall 2023. Boom. Done. There you go. People happy. Rand happy.
I want to see Project Dragon. I want to see IO Interactive's game that they're making for Microsoft.
But that's not coming
Or Certain Affinity's Monster Hunter clone.
Oh, yeah. Well, we want to show that when Monster Hunter Rise just hit the Xbox. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Maybe you don't reveal that. Next year is going to be the year of Monster Hunter clones if they did that. Because there's also EA's Monster Hunter clone coming out next year. Yeah, that's
coming out in February. Wild Hearts, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and everything I've heard, super positive about that game. I know a couple of people who played it. And I've only had positive things to say, and these are hardcore Monster Hunter fans as well. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited for that game. It's weird for me to say that I'm excited for an EA game, but here we are.
Yeah. Let's see. Ryan Kipple says, every week on the local sports talk radio station near me, they name their winners and weasel of the week. The winner is a person or entity that did something great, and the weasel is the opposite. Winner example equals Valve for the universally acclaimed Steam Deck release. The weasel example is Polyphony Digital for those awful microtransactions at Gran Turismo 7's launch. Who or what would be your winner and weasel of the year 2022 in the world of video games?
Oh, well, we know the weasel.
The weasel, you know who it is. The weasel.
It's Jim the Weasley Weasel Ryan.
The Lion Ryan. Yeah, Jim Ryan's definitely the weasel of 2022.
Yeah, he is.
The winner of 2022?
World of Warcraft.
Nah, From Software.
What did they do?
They released Elden Ring. Changed everything.
Never heard of it. I think World of Warcraft is a winner of the year because they've revived the game.
Nobody talks about World of Warcraft. Nobody cares about World of Warcraft.
It was high on Twitch, man. What are you talking about?
High on Twitch. Oh, okay. Like that's a good metric.
Oh, man.
Who else is a winner? Like people subscribe to Game Pass for saving so much money. They're winners. I don't
Pokemon.
know. When I
Pokemon's the winner.
When I think winners,
they released the game 15 frames per second and it sold 10 million copies already.
When I think winner, I think From Software. So
yeah, From Software is probably this year's official winner.
Yeah,
But for me, it's good. Okay,
let's see. We got more. We have Governor Grimm saying, obviously 2022 has been a bust for Xbox AAA first-party output. Phil and the game have only offered vague release dates for 2023. We still don't have an event following the VGA no-show. There seems to be an underlying sentiment that Starfield and Redfall will get pushed back to later in the year.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, if everything is pushed back, how will Xbox handle the backlash? Are the Xbox higher-ups really willing to ask the community to wait until E3 yet again? On a more optimistic note, if they push those games back, are there any first-party games that they can shadow drop to hit the gap?
Yeah, I mean, again, I said earlier, like this rumor is kind of like I'm still trying to work out if it's actually real or not. But the fact that Jeff Grubb's heard of it makes me breathe a bit. Because I know me and Jeff do not have the same sourcing on this kind of stuff. So if Jeff knows about it, then that makes me even more confident about it. But yeah, I don't think there's anything that'll be shadow dropped anytime soon, personally.
Yeah.
I don't know if you feel differently about it.
Shadow drop? Nah, I don't think anything's going to be shadow dropped. I mean, it would be very difficult for Xbox higher ups to once again being like, sorry guys, wait till next year. You know, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. You know, nobody knows right now. I mean, I'm sure people do know what the release date of Starfield is, but they're not talking, or they're not talking to people who would tell us. And even Redfall, I mean, Redfall's coming out in the time frame. They said, hey, by June, and May's June. So even if it was internally delayed by 6 weeks, that's still meeting their, obligation, their promise. The question is, will they meet it with the other ones? So I know that's a lot of games to release in a short period of time, which is why everybody last year was like, I don't know. Kind of like when Sony at the first showcase in 2020 was like, God of War is coming in 2021. And everybody's like, no, it's not. It's absolutely not coming in 2021. You just did that to do it. Because it's like, it's better to generate the hype. And they'd be like, oh, it's coming in 2022. Sorry, guys. So everyone was just like, yo, 6 months and you got like 5 games? How are you going to pull that off? So, yeah. I mean, maybe the Xbox executives think, people will get over it. When they actually play Starfield, it'll be a better game. They'd be like, oh man, I'm glad this is delayed. I don't know. I don't know what they think. So,
that's the point though. Early we said, like, if Microsoft delays this, then they can't use the claim that these games are coming out in the next 6 months ever again. But Sony got away with doing that. When they said that all those games are coming out in 2021. But no one gets mad at Sony. Do you know why?
Why?
Because they deliver consistently high quality games. So that's all that matters at the end of the day. It's all that matters.
Yeah. P-Bro King says, news about the Xbox app on Android iOS. Add old features like buy games. I mean, I don't have any.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
They can't do it. Google has banned them from doing it. So you'll never get that feature back. Sorry.
Google's banned them from buying game. What do you mean?
You can't buy games through the Xbox app on Android because Google's banned companies from being able to do that.
You haven't been able to do that though.
You used to be able to do that.
You used to be able to do it with the app on the old app.
You used to be able to browse the store.
Yeah, but wasn't that iOS policies? Because iOS has a policy.
Google policies as well. You're not allowed to sell games through an app delivered from Google Play. Even Netflix can't do that with its Netflix games or whatever. When you click on the game on the app, it links to Google Play. It links to a store listing on the Google Play Store. And then Google takes their cut. So you'll never be able to buy games through the Xbox app because Google doesn't allow for it.
I can open up the PlayStation app and buy a game right from the app here.
For real?
Yeah. Let's open it up, Callisto Protocol, $70, add to cart and buy it. Yeah.
I don't know then. I mean that policy exists. Maybe Sony's got a special deal with them or something.
The policy
Because
is this,
that's the reason why you can't get books from Kindle app anymore.
We've talked about this before. The reason, at least from what my understanding, is the reason why you can't buy games in the Xbox app is because the iOS has that policy where you can't buy games from an app that also streams games. And PlayStation
I don't think that's a policy.
Yes, it is. It's 100% a policy.
But there are two separate apps on Xbox already.
The Xbox app that you use also does streaming.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
That's the Game Pass app. There are two Xbox apps on mobile. There are two of them. There's one for streaming and Game Pass. And then there's one just everyday app that's for your screenshots, your friends list, and all that crap. Now, before, that had the store in it. You could redeem codes and shit because I've done it. But that's removed.
You can search for the games and download them, buy them on your console. Didn't you used to be able to stream from this app or no?
I'm confused. No, I don't think so.
Because
I don't know. I'm confused
because Sony has a separate app. Sony's mobile app. They have two mobile apps. One, which is their regular app, and then two for their remote play. I think it's because on this thing here, you can remote play from the app. Right here. No?
Oh, right.
But like
Surely,
Sony...
That's a weird policy.
But like Sony has the app, but then they have an actual app for remote play that's separate.
I think remote play is broken right now.
So that's what I think. That's the thing, is that I think there's some policy where like you can't have a storefront on an app that also streams games, which
I don't know. I'm confused now.
Which is why on the Xbox app you can queue up any game for download, but you just got to buy it elsewhere. Where on the PlayStation app you can buy it because their streaming app is separate. I don't know.
Well, either way, the mobile apps are not a priority for Microsoft right now. And from what I understand, I mean, I wrote an article sort of about this the other day because I wrote a quick article complaining that Microsoft didn't have any end-of-year stats for Xbox, even though every other platform on Earth did, right? And I wrote an article saying that, like, the reason for this is that all their engineering resources and all their engineering budget is going into cloud streaming right now. So, like, when we talk about things like the game DVR being bad or the dashboard development being slow or like, you know, talking about why aren't these old features in the Xbox app anymore, the reason is because there's no one really working on that stuff. Everyone's working on the web version of Xbox Cloud Gaming because that's what's going to make money in the future, you know, or at least that's their bet right now. And other aspects of the platform are suffering for it, for good or for worse, you know. Like there's no development on achievements, there's no development on game DVR. Lots of things are sort of falling by the wayside on the sacrificed on the altar of Xbox Cloud Gaming right now. And I suppose like that's another one of them, another thing being sacrificed right now. So yeah.
Let's see. Silas says, I've always wondered why the video game industry is so secretive around video game announcements and updates. Other media, like movies and TV, you know well in advance. The movie and TV show, who's in it, and the general synopsis with few exceptions. It's not like they're holding back state secrets. A Forza game is a Forza game. God of War Ragnarok is similar to God of War 2018. Even a non-gamer like Lion Jim Ryan could guess what the next Last of Us or Halo would be like. I remember seeing Mario 64 shots well before release, and that game actually was doing something new. Even if publishers are worried about showing something or announcing something too early, and it winds up being changed or canceled, well, that happens in other forms of media too, like the upcoming DC movies. I just have never understood the secrecy in this industry. Also, I'd love to see Jez's girlfriend in an upcoming Xbox 2+1 podcast. I'm sure she could offer insight to other partners on how to maintain a strong relationship with someone who works in the game industry and has an addiction to buying statues. I've been gaming since the early 80s, and it's always been a delicate struggle on how to integrate relationships and my hobby.
Oh dear. Well, yeah.
Would your girlfriend join us for an Xbox 2+1, Jez?
I think she'd be too shy, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, bless her. She's very patient.
Ask her what's it like to be a girlfriend of the famous Jez Corden. Like, what's it like to be, dating a famous person?
Well, you'd have to ask someone else that maybe. But I don't know.
Yeah, why is the industry so secrecy, bro? So secret. Why is everything so shrouded in mystery?
I don't know, man. I've spoken to devs who've literally asked this question. Like, literally, like high up devs who are like, I don't know why our industry's so secretive. Part of it's like marketing departments protecting their turf, and stuff like that, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know what the thought process there is. Like, why is it the way it is? And I suppose it's sort of like, I don't know, a symbol for the industry still relative immaturity compared to like other entertainment industries, maybe. Because I think the video game industry still got this immaturity to it. Like, it only really became a big deal maybe like towards the end of the 80s. And even then it was like pales in comparison to the size it is now. So, there's still an immaturity about it. Like, you see it across journalism. We've only just really started to build up the video game version of the Oscars with your boy Jeff Keighley and stuff like that. There's still an immaturity about it. I think part of that feeds into the secrecy and the protectionism and the sort of the pearl clutching about leakers and stuff like that. Oh, the big meanie leaker leaked the name of my game. Like, who cares? But I think that'll change over time. And I suppose I could ask around some people for people who are in the industry for their thoughts on it, because it is an interesting question.
Yeah.
And it's something that I increasingly see people ask. So
maybe some of it has to do with how movies are filmed. Like, so a lot of movies are filmed like on location. So things would get out, pictures are leaked, right?
That's more video games these days, though.
Yeah, but video games are made in buildings.
Mocap and shit.
Yeah, but even that's secret.
Is it though?
I mean, yeah.
Oftentimes we do see like voice actors increasingly accidentally leak things these days.
Yeah, like the recent Deathloop stuff.
Yeah.
The Deathloop what was it? The Deathloop actor was asked, "Hey, what was the code name?" The guy who voiced Colt was asked what was the code name for Deathloop, and he was like, "Can't really say because they're still hiring us under it." And he was like, kind of had like deer in headlights look, like I said something I shouldn't say.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Like, so it's like, what are they doing? Is it a DLC expansion for Deathloop? Are they doing Deathloop 2? Are they doing a standalone expansion like Death of the Outsider? Clearly they're doing more work. So
there's clearly going to be more Deathloop, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, personally, I would love to see a standalone expansion. I would love to see a Deathloop 2. So
I think the Gears of War DLC leaked via voice actor.
Sometimes they just can't keep their mouth shut,
Well, that's the thing. It's like you ask like what is a pretty innocent question, like what is the code name, and then like, oh, can't talk about it because we're still hired under it. It's like that is exactly like the weirdness of the secrecy around the video game industry. It's like, who cares what the code name is? Change the code name. Code names change all the time as well in development. Like, games have like multiple different code names. I don't know if a lot of people realize this either. Like, different games, like when they feel like a code name might have gotten out or leaked, they'll just change the code name. They'll just completely change it.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of the guy shouldn't have to feel bad about that. Like, why can't he talk about that? That's just weird to me. I don't know. Whatever.
Let's see here. I'm gonna crumb says so Redfall has been delayed. Jezmate, is there anything extra you can tell us about it? Do they just need a couple more weeks, or did they maybe switch it with Starfield's date as it supposedly entered its final playable build? Also, is Starfield coming first now?
I don't know a damn thing about the game, apart from what's already out there. All I knew was there's going to be an early access period for people who pre-order if things go to plan. And there's also going to be a sort of, the May 2nd launch date. That's all I know about it. If there's anything beyond that, I really don't know. Couldn't tell you, I'm afraid. Now, with regards to Starfield, what is this rumor that people are playing the final build round?
Apparently there's a rumor going around that people are, or at least a close enough final build. I mean, I don't know much about it, or what you would call it, but I mean, there are people saying that what if Starfield and Redfall switch dates? Like, what if Starfield's March and Redfall's May? But I don't know. I don't know when Starfield's supposed to launch. Jez doesn't know. Todd Howard knows, but he's not talking. I still think it's coming by June. June's like, June leak could be anywhere from January right now to June, or end of June, I guess.
What if it shadow drops during the Xbox event?
We already talked about that.
Yeah, but not E3, like this rumored Xbox event.
Oh, let's not. Come on. They're not doing
What if it shadow drops in February?
No? I don't know.
No?
Hopefully, I mean, I want to learn more about Redfall. I mean, I can't wait to play that game. I love Arcane. As for Starfield, we'll find out when we find out. Hopefully later this month or early next month. And I mean, that'd be. I just can't see them having this showcase in like February, and then releasing Starfield a month later. I just don't see it. I think like it's more later like by June, because then it's still like a couple. That would still be like 4 months. Same thing, like 3 months for Redfall. You can still start the marketing stuff. But that's just me. What else we got here? I think we have one more Patreon question. Achievement says, Jez, a question in regards to Windows Phone comeback. With Xbox being able to force devs to support Series S along with the X and not just make a game for one console, is it now possible to force devs to make apps available on mobile Windows OS alongside PC? Windows Store has apps. No. Surface supports apps. I think the avenue out is Microsoft positioning Windows Phone as a portable PC like the Steam Deck, rather than a smartphone as a supplemental device. I think the coming years are the best time to try this, especially with AMD working with Samsung to bring a portable chip that can do hardware-based ray tracing and RDNA 2 level graphics.
The thing about apps on PC is that there's no money. There's just no money involved. Nobody spends money on the Microsoft Store. All the apps there are free. And like, if the Microsoft Store policy is like, if you bring your own payment system, we won't even take a cut. So the Microsoft Store is like, it's not a closed system. It's like, it's completely open, and devs don't even have to use Microsoft's payment tools. They don't have to give Microsoft any money. So like, you can think of the Microsoft Store as almost like a web browser for apps. It's not a closed ecosystem at all. It's like, and people don't really spend money that way. Microsoft would have no clout whatsoever to tell devs they have to make a mobile version of their apps if they want to put them in the Microsoft Store. Because devs will just be like, oh, well, we won't put them on the Microsoft Store then, because who cares? We're not making any money from you guys. In fact, we're doing you a favor. That's how it would be seen. If Microsoft tried to mandate anything like that, they'd just be laughed at, because there's no money involved being in the Microsoft Store. That being said, a lot of the apps that are getting big on the Microsoft Store these days are progressive web apps, and I actually wrote about this recently. That they already support mobile because they're web apps. They're just websites that change shape based on the device you're using. I don't think there's any path back to, as much as I love Windows Phone, as much as I joke about it, I don't think we'll ever see any mobile device running Windows ever again, sadly. I think Android is the future of mobility for Microsoft services, and yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow, man. I know.
I just got slothed.
Oh.
But for Sloth, I love you, but this is the dumbest thing. Like, He tweeted out speculation. Rand Althor speculates that Hellblade 2, Hi-Fi Rush, and Stoic's Project Belfry: The Wandering Tower may launch at the end of the year. How is that? What? How is that even?
Did say that.
I did, but that has no. That's just me. Just like, hey, they might have some games at the end of the year. Maybe it's these games. I don't know anything.
I actually think you fully confirmed they're launching.
No, like this is absurd. Like it's not like I would understand it if I said, hey, I was told by a few people this is what Xbox second half looks like, these games. I'd understand and I would expect to be slothed. But this harmless speculation about what I think games that maybe might be ready by the end of the year, like, sloth, come on, buddy.
Face it, bro. You literally confirmed it, bro.
You have to do better than this. You have to. There's things that Jez literally talked about that, the Halo stuff, some of the other things that are, primed for tweets. But this thing, because here's the problem. People are going to see this and they think it's true. Right?
I think it's true.
Well, I mean, knowing Xbox is probably not true. Knowing Xbox, they won't release anything at the second half of the year. It'll just be Starfield.
Oh my god! Rand confirms Xbox is not releasing anything.
Right? That's the problem. It's like people don't watch the show, where we just talk about this stuff and everybody sort of knows the context in which I give. So people see this like bit that you put out on Twitter, and they're like, "Oh, well, so it's just true." And it's like, it ain't true because I don't know anything. I'm just saying.
Rand, it is true.
No, it's absolutely not true. I don't know shit.
You literally confirmed earlier in the show that all those games are releasing by the end of the year. You literally confirmed it, man. I heard you with my own ears.
No.
I can't believe you would try to backpedal on this, bro. Oh dear. Poor sloth.
I don't know. I think I just tweeted him. I just tweeted him and said it's a bad tweet. That's a bad tweet, bro. This definitely is not worth tweeting about at all. Because I didn't say anything. It was just, like, am I wrong for this? I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. There's things you could pick from what Jez said. Like, why is it always me? Why do I always have to be the one who gets in trouble? Who gets in trouble?
Me.
Why you? Well, I mean, stop leaking stuff.
I can't do it. I'm addicted.
But I'm not leaking anything. All I'm saying is like, what if Starfield releases when it's supposed to, and it's like, hey, they got like maybe Hellblade, Wandering Tower and Hi-Fi Rush. That'd be cool, right? But now it's presented like, even though he says speculation. My speculation can just be speculation. That doesn't mean there's anything to it.
He said it's speculation. There you go.
Yeah, but the problem is nobody reads any of that. They just see that and they're like, well, Rand says this, so it's true. Or who the hell's Rand anyways? And then it's just whatever. I don't like this.
No one will remember in 5 minutes. I certainly don't.
No, it certainly will, because people will be like, they'll at me and stuff,
Oh no!
Fun speculation says, "Come on, Rand, it's just fun speculation." No, it's not fun. It's fun speculation here. It's not fun speculation on Twitter when my name gets put on something, because now people expect it.
I expect it.
I'm sorry. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Rip.
I don't like it.
Well, you're a content creator, bro. That's what happens. It's what happens in these Twitter streets. No. Give us some questions, bro. Have we done all the Patreons?
Yeah, we did. We done all the Patreons. If you guys have any questions, add us in chat. At me in chat. We'll try to get through them. We have a couple super chats. Chiefman says, "Love you guys. Good night. I'll listen in the morrow. Hope you enjoy the show."
Morrowind.
Yeah. Super Duck says, "Happy New Year's, guys. Love the show. Have you guys heard anything about the day before? It's supposed to come to 2023 and looks like a division with the zombies. I have not heard anything about that."
It rings a bell. I haven't really looked into it too much yet. It's probably one of them that hit my inbox press release and I didn't have time. But I've always said the division would have been way bigger if it had zombies. I don't want to fight random dudes with guns. I want to fight zombies and monsters, man. Division would have been massive if it had mutants and zombies and stuff that could be more creative. Am I wrong about this, Rand? Am I wrong?
About what?
Do you think the Division would have been bigger if it had zombies and stuff like that? Mutants, monsters.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think Division was just really. There's just not much they could do with it. It's like you've got a cult of guys who use flamethrowers. Like that's more far fetched than zombies to me. That is really far fetched. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm talking crap, but yeah. I'm still looking forward to that pirate game. Maybe I'm completely high about this, but
Carl wants to know in Super Chat, when ABK is acquired, what happens to BattleNet?
Ooh. Now, did I write an article about this or did I just talk about it on the podcast? I think I might have wrote an article about it. I wrote an article and said that they should replace Xbox Live with BattleNet. At least on PC. At least on PC. Because the Xbox app for PC is still really bad. I mean, bless them. They're trying. I know you guys are trying, but it's still really bad. I'm sorry. It's really slow. It's just the code base, I think. It's just not good. It's not good. The chat stuff's bad and the installer's bad. Everything about it is still bad. Part of the problem is Windows itself and whatever. The Microsoft Store, I don't know. They just need to scrap the whole thing, give up on the Windows Store, and move everything over to a platform that works. And what platform works? BattleNet. Move all that shit to BattleNet. Move all the chat system to BattleNet. Move the voice chat to BattleNet. Move the whole damn thing to BattleNet. BattleNet better. BattleNet better. And I guarantee, if PC Game Pass was in BattleNet, it'd have way more subscribers. Way more subscribers. That's probably part of the reason they want to do the deal. But yeah, I don't think they won't get rid of BattleNet. Blizzard has already tried once to get rid of BattleNet, by the way. What do they name it? They renamed it to the Blizzard Launcher or something like that. And everyone freaked out. Do you know why? Because BattleNet has history. It's got cachet, you know. Microsoft would be absolutely insane to try and get rid of BattleNet. They would have to be insane. If they did that, the community would be in uproar, just like when Activision tried to get rid of BattleNet. It won't happen. BattleNet's eternal, baby. So I don't think they'll get rid of it. And I think what you'll see is deeper integration with Xbox stuff. I would advocate that they just throw all the PC Game Pass stuff into BattleNet and just nix their own app. Because BattleNet's really good and PC Game Pass app is not good. So, yeah, I think that's probably what will happen, personally. I know Rand probably doesn't have an opinion because Rand does not use BattleNet because he's a filthy casual console gamer. Isn't that right, Rand?
I couldn't give two shits about BattleNet.
Wow. So you're just a casual console gamer, man. You're not PC master race like me, bro.
Yeah, I'm not. Sorry. Jose says Argentina v France, best final ever. Messi equals Master Chief. Mr. Chief.
Oh man, I don't even like football and sports, but that match was just absolutely magic. It really was.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I watched it because it was just like I just watching it thinking I'm witnessing history at the moment. It was just an incredible match.
Dub, who's been a member for 17 months, says maybe because things can go viral in a negative way for companies are so secret. Anybody remember Wall Guy for Perfect Dark or Craig? That is true.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I know for a fact if I posted the avowed footage I've got, that would go viral in the most negative way possible.
Well,
because it's unfinished.
Yeah, it's unfinished.
The lighting's it's not supposed to be out there. It's an internal dev build for building the game, you know. Like when Grand Theft Auto leaked, people were like, oh my god, what are these graphics? You know, it's like, yeah, dude, it's not finished, you know. So there is a responsible way to leak things. But yeah, so maybe you're right. I mean, I can see both sides of the argument, you know, secretive stuff and not secretive stuff. Because I suppose when you're filming a movie, unless you're doing it in front of a green screen or whatever, like people understand. Again, it's maturity, I guess. People see a video game in development, they think they don't realize that it's in development. But if you see a movie in development and there's like, Christian Bale wiggling around in spandex in front of a green screen, the movie ain't finished yet. But a lot of people just really don't get game development. But again, that could be solved by being a little bit less secretive. I think Dead Space did it a really good way. Like Dead Space were really transparent with it, and I'll be honest, some of the stuff that Dead Space shared actually made me think twice about the game, because they were showing off some of the weapon animations, and I was like, "Oh, that looks really rough and janky," and I was thinking like, "Oh, this is just a cash in. They're just trying to screw over Glenn Schofield and all that kind of stuff." But then they came back again and they were like, "Oh yeah, we heard your feedback about the weapon animation. Here's how we've improved it." And I thought, wow, that's actually really good now. So like, it can be a double-edged sword. But what if I hadn't seen the video where they were showing the improvements off? What if I'd only seen the video where it looked really janky? But yeah, I think if they were just more transparent across the board, I think it'd just be better for them and for gamers and everyone involved. But yeah.
Yay.
Yay.
Sloth removed that tweet. He deleted it. Good.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. But yours is up about Halo. But yours is deserved to be up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I mean, you knew as soon as you said it, because he said rumor just won't die. Mine is just literally, these games could launch. I just pick games out of a hat, mainly because I want Hellblade 2 to come out at the end of this year. There's no rhyme or reason. Nobody told me anything. So it's like, this isn't worth...
Yes, Rand. Yes, Rand.
I win again. Love you, Sloth. Thank you.
It's a very big deal.
Well, I don't like my name being out there, Jez.
I don't like my name being out there.
You love your name being out there. Stop it.
Yeah, and that no. I'm doing an impression of you. I don't want my name out there. By the way, my goal this year is 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
What a room of 100,000 people looks like. It's a lot of people, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people all looking at you, all looking at your content. Does that not make you feel nervous?
No, not anymore.
Well, there you go. Why are you so bothered about your name being out there then?
Because it just presents like a bad light, bro.
I've completely given up trying to control that shit.
We have a
recent era just make shit up about me like 24/7. I just I don't care.
Got super
the people who matter will they'll take you for who you are and not what they've heard.
Ice Tyler says in the super chat, Lance Reddick removed his tweet teasing Horizon West expansion. It's weird the stuff you can't talk about even though it's obviously happening. Yeah, and then obviously like their new DLC was announced, so it's like, you're right, voice actors, yeah.
Yeah.
Rick Gaffney says, do you think Xbox shadow drop Starfield after E3? I mean, I don't think they're shadow dropping anything. I think we get a date. So, no.
Yeah, I don't think they'll shadow drop it.
Yeah.
Or will they?
Mr. Two Opinion is says, 1, Starfield, 3/23/2023. Okay. 2, I'm ready for Arcane to address the Left 4 Dead Back 4 Blood comparisons with Redfall. I'm sick of explaining this game. And that's why they need a showcase to show more about these games. Need to see them. 3/23/23, huh? No. It's a good date, but that is a week after Star Wars Survivor and 2 days. No, that is the week after Star Wars Survivor and the same day as Resident Evil 4. Will not be that day. Microsoft is not launching Starfield against Resident Evil unless they want Capcom to remove all their... Did you see the Capcom survey about where you buy your games and Xbox wasn't listed?
Oh yeah, I didn't even mention Xbox.
Yeah, didn't even mention Xbox. Kind
of makes you worry. Like, what's going on behind the scenes? A publisher's just giving up on Xbox. It makes you worry.
Unbelievable. It is odd. They mention everything, and then there's just other with also Xbox is other now. So now I guess you know what Capcom thinks of Xbox. They're just other. Which does Xbox have a problem with some of these Japanese publishers? Square Enix, Capcom? Is there something going on?
But they did the deal for Monster Hunter, so it's so weird.
Yeah.
It's almost like they just see Xbox as like a cash cow or something.
Maybe. Yeah. Let me see. Let me scroll up through chat. See. Let's see. We got a super chat here from Purple Haze. Should Microsoft acquire Black Myth Wukong as exclusive, and do you know when that's coming out? Or Wonder Woman as an Xbox exclusive?
Is Wonder Woman a thing?
Yeah, they announced Wonder Woman at the TGA's last year, I want to say, and it didn't
Who's
have
making that?
Monolith, and it didn't have any platforms announced with it, which got people to thinking, well, could somebody slide in and get an exclusive? Should they? Xbox wouldn't do that. PlayStation, maybe, but probably not. The Black Myth Wukong, I mean, a Game Pass deal would be nice. I don't know when that's coming out. That the whole Wonder Woman thing, it's like superhero games is something that PlayStation has, with Spider-Man and Wolverine. You got DC, Wonder Woman, and there's a lot of people like Xbox should get that, mainly because it didn't have any, platforms announced with it. So it's like, there's some wiggle room, right?
Is Wonder Woman even popular?
I mean, the first movie did pretty well. Really well, actually.
Never really. I never really heard anyone talk about it.
Yeah, let's see. Let me look at any more questions in the chat if you want us to answer it. Make sure you at my name so I can see it. Artemis says, have you heard anything about Party Animals coming out this year? I think it was at
I don't know anything about that.
Well, it was at the Game Awards. They had a really long trailer. I think that said 2023, so I think it's supposed to come this year. Yeah. Let's see. Any more? Thriller says, Rand Jez, the Xbox version of Sifu is scheduled to be released in March 2023. Will it release on Game Pass 2? I mean, there's always the possibility, but we probably won't know that until March. When they do the Game Pass announcements. Is that a Devolver Digital game? I want to say, I don't know who publishes that. It might be Devolver Digital. Maybe it's Annapurna. Either way, Sifu's awesome. I can't wait for more people to play it. Just that'll be an announcement that we just have to wait for. It very well could be the thing where, it's like, they're just kind of like, cough it up, Microsoft. Give us that year late port. Give us that. If you want us to make this for your platform, give us that Game Pass money. Very well could be. Because they could be like, we made our money back on the PlayStation and because I think that had Epic Store exclusivity, so Epic gave them money. And, they probably had PlayStation money because it was exclusive. So they probably like, all right, we sold, I think they did $1 million in a month or something. Did really well. So maybe they're just like, all right, we made our money back. Now it's like, we can bring it to Switch, and then we can bring it to Steam and Xbox. It's like, just give us some of that more cash. I don't know. Let's see what else we got here. Rambling Gamer Guy says, Jez, why do you think it's a good thing if Microsoft is subsidizing Game Pass with cash outside of Xbox? Does that prove Sony is right by not putting their games day one since it wouldn't be profitable?
Well, it's just a hypothetical, because that's what people say. Is like, it's bad because Microsoft's subsidizing it via other sources. And just hypothetically, I'm like, well, who cares? Who cares if they're doing that? I want them to spend that money, But I don't actually think that's the case. In fact, I know that's not the case from speaking to people at Xbox. So, you can do the math yourself. Like, even conservatively estimate how much money they're making each month from Game Pass and stuff, and increasingly devs are taking Game Pass as a marketing tool. It helps get the game out there and puts it into people's hands, so you get a boost from word of mouth, and that's how a lot of people are taking Game Pass. You should watch Major Nelson's podcast with the High on Life devs, where they go into some detail about that, and I've seen that sentiment expressed repeatedly from other devs. So, yeah, that was just a hypothetical. I don't actually think they're subsidizing it via other means.
All right. Let's see what else we got here. More questions. Carolina Gamer wants to know, Jez, do you think Xbox can release a game every quarter this year like Phil wants to do?
Maybe if you factor in some of the smaller games. AAA, probably not. I think we might have to wait till next year for AAA. Wow, more waiting, eh? But
well, they only promised one per quarter, so that's just 4.
They didn't even promise it. It was kind of
they
more
talked
like
about their desire, I guess.
Yeah, it's their aspiration to do 1 per quarter. It's like their North Star. I think they'll get there eventually, but this year, maybe not.
Boba Fett Gaming wants to know, when can we get a share button on the Elite controllers? Maybe when they do an Elite 3. If they do an Elite 3. Right? What? What did I say?
What? Nothing?
No, seriously, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh. I said that was your leak.
That was definitely that was not my leak. That was
leaked to me.
That was
leaked to me in my DMs, bro.
Yeah, you wish. I mean, clearly, like the case has it would have to be an Elite 3. Are they doing an Elite 3? Maybe. I mean, they just did the core, so if the Elite 3 comes out, it's like you're gonna have to have new features to be able to sell like another one. So it's like I've always thought like the haptics would be included in an Elite 3 because what other features are you gonna add to sell a $200 controller? But then it's like, well, who's gonna use haptics if only the people with Elites have it? So I don't know. Maybe they don't add one until next gen. I still think we still got a lot of gen to go. So maybe we see an Elite 3, next year or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Jason Dill wants to know, why did Design Labs remove the option to use Xbox gift cards? I didn't even know that was an option. I have no idea.
They moved the Design Lab to a new system. It's not like an app that connects to your Microsoft account. Consequently, I can't use it because there's something wrong with my Microsoft account. So there's probably something to do with it. They might add the feature back in later, but it was like it was integrated with the store before. No, it's not. It's separate. Which is weird. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose we'll have to wait and find out.
What else? I see some more. I gotta keep on scrolling. Chuck says Xbox should forget about Japan. Europe should be their focus.
It's probably not wrong, to be honest. The problem is that Europe doesn't have such prominent game devs, you know. Like you're telling me that they should abandon Capcom and Square Enix and From Software and all these,
and all those games become like default PlayStation exclusives? That wouldn't be.
Yeah, that'd be. Yeah, and what does Europe got? You know, Europe's got a bunch of games that Xbox pretty much gets by default anyway.
Yeah.
So
Sebastian Cooper
that's a scenario.
Says, "Hey Rand, do you see a future where they announce Mortal Kombat as exclusive to Xbox?" I mean,
nah.
No, that would be interesting future though. But I don't see that happening. Purple Haze wants to know if kind of Bridge of Spirits is coming to Xbox. As far as I know, the devs haven't ruled it out. But who knows what their contract says or if they have the time. But I could see it coming to Xbox in the future, unless like Sony buys the dev and owns the IP. Zong, hey Jez, when will we see Project Midnight? Maybe this year. Maybe at E3.
I think this year.
Yeah.
I think we'll see it this year.
Yeah. Ermi says, what if the one more thing is Dragon Age being an Xbox exclusive? Doubtful. It's EA. They don't do exclusives. So.
Yeah, zero chance of that happening.
Yeah.
But it'd be a Game Pass exclusive with EA Play. Game Pass Ultimate.
Ooh, Mr. Fun Speculation says, how many first-party games total will release on Xbox this year, Jez?
Name them. I ain't gonna name them, but I'll say 5.
5?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4, that's 2. Ghostwire Tokyo, you're at 3 already. That's 3.
Toko. 6 then.
Starfield, Redfall, Forza Motorsport, Minecraft Legends, Our History Untold. That's
Our History Untold this year?
Yes. I was in the showcase last year. Yes. So that we're up to 8 already. And let's say 10 games.
10? That's a lot.
Well, that would leave like two games for the end of the year, so 10. But I mean, just count. It's like counting what we know already. I don't know if you want to count Age of Empires 2 or Age of Empires 4, Ghostwire Tokyo or whatever. I don't know. Some people would be like, you can't count those, but whatever. I'm gonna count them.
I didn't count them.
So you didn't. Well, you probably didn't even know. So, or you probably didn't remember because your memory's that bad.
I did remember because we talked about it earlier. But
Ermi wants to know, Jez, when are the third-party expansions SSDs going to happen? Oh man, what a!
I'm writing about that in the new year.
You need to.
Yeah, hang tight about that
because boy, did they promise that and did not happen. And it's just been like, well, PlayStation had the better design.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. Go get your 1 terabyte SSD for how much is it? $200 or the 2 terabyte one that's on sale for $340 or whatever it is, or whatever. I think it was like $400 or something. I don't know. Yeah. Ridiculous that there isn't another more options. It's just that awful, completely awful.
It is.
And I think that's it. Oda in the Super Chat says, how confident are you and Jez in the January Xbox event? Starfield, March 16th. The ladders are calling. I mean, I don't know.
I'm about 75% confident in that there's going to be a showcase.
I think there's something happening. I don't know if it's happening in January. It could be February. I mean, hell, it could be March. But I think it's more late January, early February. But I think something's happening. I think
the fact that Jeff knows about it. Yeah,
you should DM Jeff and see what's going on.
Yeah, maybe.
But I think that's it. We've been going for quite a while. Which I think I literally said to Jez before the show, man, I'd be lucky to get 2 hours out of this, and here we are again with a 4-hour podcast. So,
GG.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Yes, I'm tired. Let me go to bed.
Yeah, Jez is tired. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you joined the show, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. Leave us a rating on the podcast apps like Spotify and iTunes. It helps out so more people can discover the show. We'll be back next week on what? Or no, we'll be back this week. Well, I guess technically next week, Friday, January 6th. I don't know what we'll be talking about. We'll talk about something. But thank you guys, and I hope you all have an incredible new year. Thank you guys so much for rocking out with me and Jez. For 5 years now. It's been 5 years, going on 6 years. This will be the 6th year of Xbox 2. And
that's crazy.
Couldn't do the show without you guys. So
you guys are amazing.
Thank you guys so much. We love you. And we'll see you in a week, I guess. Well, 6 days.
Rock and roll, baby.
Yeah. Keep it gaming.
Keep it gaming, guys.
Later.
Later.